cenotaph, as well as at the legislature. I think it behooves all of us to honor and respect those who served, who currently serve. And it is the 100th anniversary of the poppy this year, from the poem from a soldier who died in 1918 in Flanders Field. For the family members and our ancestors that we've never met, and those that we know, we'll honor them and we will remember them, lest we forget. And that's for tomorrow. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome, November 10th, 2021 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory. Treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and homeland of Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met, some members of council and city administration are attending the meeting today through video conferencing. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are off. If a member of council who is attending virtually wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed in a speaking queue. And please unmute your microphone and enable your video camera when speaking. All votes today will be conducted with a recorded vote, and delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair, adding a written submission from Tim Reed, Regina Exhibition Association Limited, on CR 21-158 2022 Regina Winter Festival as item delegation 21-317, and withdrawing the delegation submission DE 21-315 from Landon Yerhersky as he no longer wishes to address City Council. No, that's it. No, it's it. It's already in there. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And tabling CR 21-152 2022 Council and Committee meeting calendar, November 24th meeting of Council. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any opposed? Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Zakidniak?
Are we tabling the RPS police budget as well, or am I mistaken?
It's within the agenda items. It'll be tabled
Okay.
once we get there.
Okay.
Councillor Shaw, we require your vote as well.
I'm sorry, Mayor Masters, it's not showing up to vote here.
Councillor Shaw, I just need a verbal vote on this one.
Oh, yes, sorry.
You are in favor or opposed?
In favor.
Thank you. Mr. Holden?
Yeah, if I might, Mayor, just, okay. The video was turned off and people were texting. Now it's on. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw.
You're welcome.
Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the City Council meetings held on October 25th and 27th, 2021? Thank you, Councillor Stednichuk, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. Any error or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those opposed? Councillor Shaw, can I get a verbal?
Sorry. In favor.
Thank you. Carried. We're going to Delaware. I'd like to call upon Delegation Kelsey Longmore. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. My name is Kelsey Longmore, and I'm calling from my home in Regina, and I am representing myself. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm joining the meeting just as a concerned citizen in regards to not only the demolition application for the specific building, but also for all the existing and heritage buildings in our city. I worked for the City of Regina for 10 years, the latter half in the building department as a building permit reviewer for commercial permits. And I spent the last 2 years working as a building code consultant as a direct support to architectural teams, mainly on projects in British Columbia. In my opinion, we have a deep culture in Regina of tear down and build new, which is the exact opposite mindset we need if we want to be renewal by 2050, which council voted unanimously in favor of. So I'm here today because I'm concerned about a number of things. The first is that there does not appear to be any systems in place to hold building owners accountable for upkeep and safety of buildings, or if there are systems in place, that there are not appropriate resources to be able to properly enforce these systems. I know from personal experience as a municipal employee that if there are systems in place, but as a side of the desk job, duty required of an already overextended employee, it does not get the attention it deserves. I have not personally crunched numbers, but I am assuming that if a heritage enforcement position alone would pay for itself quickly and save administration costs of stick handling these types of applications by countless municipal employees. A designated position would begin to restore the broken trust with a passionate community who believe that administration is not doing what it should be to protect the heritage value of our beautiful city. Well-maintained heritage areas are also a draw for tourism and create welcoming and vibrant cities. It is a shame that we are even considering another building of heritage significance to be torn down. I'm also concerned that there does not appear to be any system in place for third-party reviews of engineering reports. I am in no way insinuating that there are any issues with this specific report by J.C. Kenyon, but as a practice in general, are those who do not specialize in buildings the ones making recommendations for demolition on behalf of administration? Is there any training provided to staff who are reviewing these reports in what to look for and determine if there are any red flags and if a third-party review should be done? I've seen in Regina firsthand a very loose use of seals by both architects and building systems engineers, and have encountered malpractice and blatant disregard of building code requirements. I'm also concerned that as a city we strive to be sustainable, but administration does not seem to be challenging the way the building industry in Regina currently operates. Building construction is one of the most wasteful industries and a huge contributor to climate change. There does not seem to be many incentives for innovative methods for new structures or reuse of existing ones, or if there is, they are not well known to the general public. An example of creative reuse is the Weston building. Much of the structure of the building was left exposed as opposed to using all new architectural finishes. The scars of the previous use in the building also tell a story, which creates spaces that the community like to gather in. Additionally, there is research to support that this approach to buildings as opposed to brand new and stale is a lot better for human psyche and mental health. It's also much more sustainable to save our existing structures and continue to allow situations such as this to continue. So my recommendations for this project are that no decision is made without proper consultation of the Saskatchewan Métis Nation. I realize support was provided from Russell Fayant. However, just like any topic of conversation in our world, there's always outliers, and it would be inappropriate to assume the entire Saskatchewan Métis Nation is represented by one individual. As well, I recommend the owners be required to stabilize the building and replace the roof immediately. If there is a risk of failure of roof or floor, as the report notes, this is a huge safety risk to people and property outside the building. And now that we are aware as a city, there is liability to the city as well. And recommendation to avoid more existing buildings and heritage buildings being demolished are that a framework for building code compliance be developed for existing and heritage buildings similar to the BC Building Code of the Vancouver Building Bylaw. The National Resource Council, who develops the National Building Code, is theoretically working on one. However, it will be years. There's already established codes to use as a starting point, and without a framework, there will continue to be frustration for both industry and city administration as there are no clear expectations on what upgrades are required for existing and heritage buildings. And that's all.
Thank you. I will see if any members of council have questions for you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Longmore, for appearing today. Just a question in regards to you've indicated a third-party review. Now, can you just elaborate what that would look like through the chair?
Yeah, so my concern is that, and what I'm saying is that I read the reports. I don't have any concerns with these ones, but I did spend a number of years at the city. And from what I see within the city, you don't have structural engineers at the city who are reviewing these reports, able to identify red flags or if what they're saying is accurate. As I said, I worked in the permit branch, and I've seen a very loose use of seals from both architects and engineers. So my concern is that a developer has the ability to get a sealed report that says the building is in disrepair, and there's no checks and balances at the city to actually be able to properly assess that report or criticize it if needed, because there is not internal expertise in that area.
Thank you for that. That leads into the next question in regards to, and this is not the first one we've seen, where in regards to the building has not been kept up, but really no one's following up either to see the city is not going out and checking. Is that what you mean by the building code compliance? Can you just elaborate on that? And having worked for the city, where would you see that fit in? Through the chair.
I'm not sure if you mean in regards to a framework for code compliance for existing buildings. Is that what you're referring to?
That is, yes.
Yeah, so that would be more in regards to what is expected in terms of upgrades. So the National Building Code is developed for new buildings, whereas when you have existing buildings and you start wanting to put new uses in them or doing some upgrades, it's very unclear in terms of what has to be upgraded when in terms of life safety. And the National Code does not have a framework, but the other codes do. So the British Columbia Code as well as the Vancouver Code do, and they very closely mirror the National Code. And so what we encounter in Saskatchewan is a lot of frustration from industry and design teams not knowing what should be upgraded, as well as the city, because there's no framework in place. And there's a big lack of education in terms of whose responsibility it is. The city is enforcement, and they should in no way act as the designers, whereas from my experience, a lot of time the design community came to the city and said, what do I need to upgrade? Well, it's not the city's job. It should be the professionals doing the work to kind of assess the building and what should be upgraded. But so there's no framework, and also expectations and responsibilities aren't clearly laid out.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no other questions from councillors, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Longmore, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jackie Schmidt. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Schmidt.
Thank you. My name is Jackie Schmidt. I represent Heritage Regina, and I'm calling from Regina. Heritage Regina continues to follow the fate of the Burns-Hanley building with great interest, as it has brought to light some serious concerns regarding the effectiveness of the Victoria Park Municipal Heritage Conservation District and the interim heritage policy in preserving our historic buildings. The Burns-Hanley building is a designated building as per Section 8 of the Heritage Property Act. We contained that there was no need for a heritage evaluation of the Burns-Hanley building, except to identify the character-defining elements in need of protection under the designation. Grading of the building was not required as the building is designated, so the city administration evaluation should not be a factor in the decision to approve a demolition or not. Given that it is a designated building, the Burns-Hanley should have been cared for by its owner. Although the owner declared COVID resulted in a reduction in resources to cover capital projects, it is not clear from the conditions report and the ownership history that the issues with the building and the opportunities to do less costly repairs that could have extended the life of the building existed long before March 2019. In addition, it appears that Burns family is part of a larger plan to build an additional tower in the downtown and demolish another heritage building for the same purpose. As such, assertions that the building is a victim of demolition by neglect seem to be justified. The owner does not bear full responsibility, as administration failed to complete any evaluations of the condition of the building since the Conservation District was implemented in 1994. The fact that the only evaluation inspection that is available under the Heritage Policy and the Conservation District bylaw is an inspection of the exterior of the building, not including the roof, is also a failure. The inspection provision suggests that the character-defining elements protected by designation are not impacted by deterioration within a building. Heritage Regina proposes that once a building is designated and becomes eligible for public funding and repair, that an internal inspection to identify issues that could impact character-defining knowledge should be completed with re-inspections on an ongoing reasonable schedule. Could a robust inspection provision could have saved the Burns family? We will never know for sure, but comparing the two reports submitted by the owner suggests it's possible. Heritage Regina contends that city administration has not adequately justified the recommendation for demolition. It has been accepted by administration that the building's owner's choice to neglect the maintenance of the building is acceptable without penalty, and that the building is, although designated, is not a significant part of the Conservation District. Administration, diminishing the spirit of the Conservation District bylaw in its recommendations previously, indicated that any new build adhere to the guidelines for the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District. What does this mean exactly, and how does it translate into a new office tower? Section 4 of the Conservation District bylaw speaks to new construction in the downtown. Key segments in Section 4 relating to new builds speak solely about the builds that are adjacent to heritage buildings. If the Burns Hanley building is demolished and subsequently the other buildings owned by Harvard Developments, there will be only one heritage building left on the block. Without formal plans for the design of a new building and no proposed start date for the construction, nobody can say whether the demolition of Burns Hanley will result in any type of preservation of the character of downtown. Now, Heritage Regina is not optimistic about the chances. This point in time, there is an option to preserve our historic downtown. That is to pin the facade of the Burns Hanley building. In addition, we need to ensure that any new build, the standards and guidelines for conservation of historic places, is used for incorporating existing facades into new buildings. We also recommend that Council directs the administration to enforce the Victoria Park Conservation District bylaw, including the maintenance section, and look for ways to improve inspection provisions in both the Conservation District bylaw and the Heritage Policy to allow for more further review of buildings in efforts to ensure demolition by neglect is no longer a viable option for owners of historic buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. I'll see if any members of council have any questions for you. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Jackie, the presentation submitted by Harvard lists Heritage Regina as a community supporter for their demolition application. Can you comment on that?
Yes, like we meet with people when they call us up and ask us to meet. I think you will remember in the regards of the Bagshaw residents, that person also said they had done a first time ever partnership with us. We do not do that. We had looked at the building, but we also just deemed from that time that it was demolition by neglect, and there is no partnership other than to be in communication and try to help them do the right thing by their building.
Thank you. Second question, if the plan is to build a new office tower, you would be satisfied if there was a commitment from the city as well as from the developer, most importantly, to ensure that the facade and other historic features are maintained in the new construction. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Seeing no other questions from council, Ms. Schmidt, I have one question for you.
Yes.
What is your understanding of the Heritage Conservation District?
Through the chair, the Heritage Conservation District protects the heritage buildings within that district. This building is one of those. And so all the facades of the buildings surrounding Victoria Park and down the Scar Street Mall are in that Heritage Conservation District.
I apologize. I got one follow-up based upon Councillor Stevens' question. You're not opposed to the demolition of the building. You're opposed to the demolition of the facade.
Through the chair, yeah, I'm opposed in principle of the demolition of the building, but I have seen the inside of the building and there's really nothing left there. And the facade of the building is what is protected, and so that we should put steel supports on that facade until such time as they come up with a plan as to what their build looks like on this site.
Thank you very much. There's no other questions from council, so thank you very much for your submission this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon delegations Roseanne Hill Blaisdell, Harvard Diversified Enterprises, Inc., and Jordan Hardy from MLT Aikens. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Roseanne Hill Blaisdell. I'm with Harvard Developments, and I am calling remotely today from Calgary, Alberta. Jordan?
My name is Jordan Hardy. I'm a lawyer at MLT Aikens. I represent Harvard Developments, and I'm calling from Regina today.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll begin. I did submit a brief prior to City Council today, just providing a little bit of background. And to keep it brief, I will just mention that we had submitted a demolition application in July of 2021, and this was as a result of structural engineer reports that we received from J.C. Kenyon, which deemed the Burns Hamley building structurally unsound. This was on the heels of 18 months of Harvard making the decision to stop all capital projects across the board in its portfolio due to the severe revenue and other impacts of COVID-19 in our business. And so once we realized that the report was indicating that the building was at risk and potential injury to property and people, we immediately sought a demolition permit with the city. Further to that, I would note that our original acquisition of the premises, as Ms. Schmidt has indicated, was purchased with the intent of consolidating adjacent properties as part of a future development parcel for a new commercial or mixed-use high-rise with active street front amenities facing Victoria Park. That does not mean that those developments would be glass and that they would not be incorporating certain components of the original heritage buildings or heritage buildings deemed so by being on the inventory list into the facade at grade with those new developments. And so oftentimes holding properties like this requires landlords, developers to hold the land for quite some time until economic growth and market demand supports such a development. In this particular case, we were faced with a circumstance that we felt we needed to act on quickly. And so as such, we had also provided an interim plan to Planning Commission and City Administration, which we feel continues to honor the site's historical significance, notwithstanding the demolition of the building itself. So included in the submission was a rendering of how the site could be utilized in the interim. And the intent of that plan was to provide a safe and secure area which would support the continuation of Heritage Regina walking tour, provide a site for educational learning, as outlined in the letter of support by Mr. Russell Fayant from the University of Regina. The plan was to utilize the full footprint of the site in a park-like or temporary retail area at a future date, and in the interim provide a slightly inset parkette area with clear sight lines to the adjacent sidewalk and street for safety, rest, reflection, as depicted, and then as depicted on the heritage plaque that would be appropriately placed in this little parkette. It was suggested that we incorporate interim design elements from the original structure, and so we proposed that a pedestal from the using the original brick be placed in this area with the plaque upon that pedestal. We believe that this interim measure created a dynamic streetscape edge with seating and greenery, which also celebrates the history of the site being achieved in the proposed design. Subsequent to that submission,
Ms. Hill?
Harvard.
Ms. Hill, I'm
Yes?
just going to advise that you're at 5 minutes. If you could wrap it up, that would be great. Thank you.
I'll wrap up. Yep, totally through the chair. Okay, so subsequently I wanted to just address that we had provided in our brief some other alternatives for City Council's consideration, but for clarity, what's before City Council today, in our opinion, is only the demolition of the Burns-Hanley building. Larger plans need to be considered, as others have mentioned, and if the demolition is approved, we would move expeditiously to ensure the site is safe and that we comply with future commitments for retaining heritage elements of the facade and the plaque. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll see if members of council have questions for you. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. First off, did you buy this building knowing that it was in the Victoria Park Municipal Heritage District?
Through the chair, we purchased the building knowing that it was on a heritage holding list. We were advised at the time that it was not a designated building.
Thank you.
But on a holding list.
And knowing that, what was your understanding of the responsibility that you held if you purchased this?
Our understanding at the time was that we actually had some tenancy in the building at that time, and so we maintained the building in accordance with the requirements of the tenancy, and we ensured that proper care was taken to repoint bricks and mortar where required at certain times. And as the years passed, it became evident that this was no longer an asset that could be leased, we gave it out for occupancy on the basis of a donation to the Rainbow Youth Center for a period of time, and during those periods of time, we ensured that the building was adequately safe.
And Ms. Hill, what was your intention when you purchased the building? Was it to demolish it or to actually invest and lease it as it was?
Our intention was to hold the asset through the chair for the longer term, with the future vision of a redevelopment incorporating some of the character-defining elements of the existing exterior facades of those buildings at a future date. So it was not to redevelop the existing building in its existing form.
Through the chair, would it be fair to say that you allowed it to deteriorate? And would it be, again, fair to say that it was really demolition by neglect?
Through the chair, that would not be fair to say. The significant deterioration occurred predominantly in the last few years, and we had in our budget prior to COVID plans for some additional repair work. The winter in which the repair work was not done was enough to create some significant damage to the building, which was unanticipated.
Thank you. My final question, the submission, it reads that Harvard is not in a position to make this kind of investment, referring to the cost, the assessed cost at least. Can you comment on the financial well-being of Harvard and the Hill family when it comes to making a claim that economic hardship is not feasible?
Councillor Stevens? It's a little outside the realm in terms of delving into the personal financial statements.
Okay, thank you. I will restrict it then to Harvard, which is recognized in the submission. Can you comment on whether or not Harvard has the means to invest in the repairs and assessed costs?
Through the chair, Harvard, like every other business, has experienced some significant hardship in the last couple of years. I would venture to say that we made some difficult decisions during COVID, which required us to really tighten our belts like everybody else, and we put our efforts into saving the businesses of our tenants when they were not able to pay rent, and we put our money into saving jobs. And therefore, we did not have excess funds to invest in capital projects in any of our buildings. When Harvard states that we are not in a position to spend millions of dollars on the Burns-Hamley building, that is twofold. First and foremost, we are not in a position to spend that kind of money on a building that is unleasable. And secondly, at this point in time, the asset is not economically viable. There is significant vacancy in the downtown, as I'm sure you are aware, and therefore it is not an investment that we can make at this time.
Thank you.
Or ever.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions. What year was this, did Harvard purchase this building? Through the chair.
Through the chair, we purchased the building in 2006.
2006, okay, thank you for that. Was there any discussions prior to this demolition permit with the city of Regina, prior to this asking about a demolition or tearing the building down prior to this with any city staff, through the chair?
Through the chair, sorry, I didn't quite hear the last part of that question.
Sorry.
Could you
I
please
will-
repeat it?
Yeah, I will repeat it. So was there prior to, from the time of purchase till now, prior to this demolition permit coming forward, was there any previous discussions previously with city staff in regards to demolishing this building prior to this permit, this request coming forward today, through the chair?
Through the chair, we worked with city administration and had city administration support going into planning commission meeting. So there was discussion at the current time that we knew that the building was in jeopardy. Prior to that, there was never discussion about us demolishing the building.
Thank you for that.
Does that answer?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's very helpful. And it was, in the previous delegation, it was talked about, was the roof. Can you just elaborate as to, there was a concern that the roof was not, did the city ever come out or connect with you, or with Harvard, I guess, to ask about, to make sure that this building, since 2006, has been maintained as it is a heritage building, through the chair?
Through the chair, no. No.
Okay. So the city did not at all, there was no communication with you as to the upkeep that was needed to be done as this is a heritage property?
Through the chair, not that we have any record of. We did receive documentation a few days ago.
Okay.
A couple of letters from the city, but prior to this application, no.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just the final question, is it fair or to ask, I guess the question is, to what, if this is demolished, or if that goes forward, what is your thoughts on seeing, what are you wanting to go there, through the chair?
Through the chair, our preference, we have a long-standing investment in downtown Regina. We seek always to ensure that the properties that we're involved in are contributing to the beauty of downtown Regina and to placemaking. At this point in time, this building stands as a vacant and derelict building, and would continue to be that way. Our preference would be to see it come down with important elements from the building preserved and honored and maintained, and that we would create a beautiful parkette that faces Cornwall Street, celebrating the heritage of the Métis and also celebrating the remnants of the building, and allowing for a safe place for people to enjoy the interface with Cornwall Street and adjacent to the park.
Okay, I'm not sure, I guess the last question is that has there been, when this came forward, did city administration have conversations with Harvard in regards to what was going there, if this was going to be, if they're allowing the demolition, did they not ask what you were going to, because It's usually that something comes forward with this, saying that if it's going to be demolished, this is what's going to be there.
Through the chair, yes, we had those discussions, and we know that we do not have a permanent redevelopment plan for this site at this time, and that is because because we didn't anticipate that we would need to be faced with a demolition circumstance at this time. In the past, we have looked at a number of different opportunities for redevelopment on that site, and we will continue to pursue opportunities for that site, and as the market develops, we hope that we will be successful in presenting something. At this point in time, we are requesting that we create a parquet so that on an interim basis, and even if it's a limited interim basis, for example, for 5 years, to be reviewed again by the city in that time. Our objective here is to clean the site up, beautify it, and place it into a circumstance that it's a contribution to the city as opposed to a vacant, derelict building.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the Mayor, I have just one question. Your plans for the park, if the request to demolish the building is denied, can that park still be built with the facade in place if that's what was saved of the building?
Through the chair, it is unlikely that the entire facade could be maintained in its current state with a park built behind it. Our preference and what might make more sense is to retain portions of the facade and display them in a way that that the rest of the building could come down and a parquet could be accommodated. We are prepared to have discussions and are open to make a commitment to retain portions of the facade and store them in a way that they could be reused in a redevelopment at a future time in a much more significant way, and incorporated into a new building.
Follow up to that through the Mayor. You said that it's not. You don't believe it's possible to preserve just the facade. Why is that? Why did you say that?
It's not structurally sound in its current condition to be able to hold up just the facade. The main floor, for one of the reasons, and I am not an engineer, but the main floor was redeveloped and changed and has no historical significance whatsoever. We're not even sure what year it was, but it has no brick or original materials involved at all, and so to stabilize just the facade with nothing behind it is, given the condition of the current mortar and the fact that that the building is made of wood trusses, which are currently rotting, that just to hold the facade would be would be an impossibility at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I noticed in the summary that was provided that there's a comment on the Gordon Block and future plans for the Gordon Block as well as a demolition permit. Can you comment on that, please?
Through the chair, the Gordon Block is obviously not a point of discussion today with this application. Having said that, it is another asset that we do own, and we sought to try to look at larger opportunities which might enhance the interface with the park. And one of those opportunities we thought could possibly be incorporating the Gordon Block into this larger plan to create a larger parkette, which potentially could be activated, programmed, have pop-up retailers, food trucks, movies, exercise classes, all kinds of vibrant activities, which would be a real amenity to the park and to downtown and clean up the corner. Having said that, I want to be clear that is not part of this application or discussion today. It's only for future thought.
Thank you. It is included in your request that you submitted to the clerk's office, so I'm just going to follow up on that. How many properties comprise the Gordon Block?
Through the chair, sorry, I'm not sure I understand your question.
I was just noting that I brought it into the matter today because it was included as part of your request with your materials, and I was just wondering how many properties comprise the Gordon Block.
Okay, I will try, through the chair, I will try to answer that the best I can. How many properties comprise the Gordon Block? The Gordon Block is a standalone building, which is directly adjacent to the Western building, which we do not own. And it's kitty corner to the Burns Hanley building. Neither of those buildings, to my knowledge, comprise the Gordon Block.
Okay. So you do own other properties on the Gordon Block, is that correct?
Through the chair, I'm referring to the Gordon Block as the Gordon building.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. And here again, I'm not used to the referral of that name to it, so I'm just trying to understand what all that compromises and what that fits into our city. The Gordon building itself, what type of shape is that in, and is it a heritage building, and is it being maintained?
Through the chair, the Gordon building falls into the same category as the Burns Hanley building as it relates to it being in the heritage district. And therefore it's in our minds on the heritage holding list, but not an independently municipally designated property in its own right. The Gordon building is as well in compromised circumstance as a result of COVID. We do have funds in our budget this year to do repair work on that building, and that repair work is planned to be done, but it is not in the kind of shape that the Burns Hanley building is.
Thank you. Is the building still being used? Through the chair.
Through the chair, no. Through the chair, no, the building is not being used.
Thank you. One last question through the chair. How long have you owned the building for?
through the chair, that I'm sorry, I do not have, since this building is not part of the application, it was well before my time, so I actually don't have that off the top of my head, but I'm happy to provide the information.
Thank you for the
subsequent to
information.
this meeting.
Thank you very much for obliging the information. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions from council, I just have two. What is your understanding of the Heritage Conservation District?
Through the chair, I may ask, please, I will comment on that, but I may ask first my legal counsel to make comment on that, please.
Certainly.
Thank you. Through the chair, to our understanding, this goes back to the respective designations that arise from the Heritage Property Act. There's allowance for a municipal heritage property designation, but also allowance for a designation of a conservation district, in which case the individual buildings are not necessarily designated as municipal heritage buildings. So our understanding is that through the process that was required, that conservation, the city believed that conservation district was set through the proper procedures, and it incorporates an area around the park, including down Scar Street Mall and sort of the edges of the park. So that is the extent of our understanding. And of course we're dealing with and talking about buildings that are within that conservation district as designated now.
Thank you very much. I have one last question. If demolition is not approved, what are the next steps for the building?
Through the chair. So I sincerely hope that demolition is approved, because I think City Council has an opportunity today to help come to middle ground here and do something that improves a corner that is struggling, as is the rest of downtown. And I feel strongly, and we feel strongly, that our intentions are genuine, and that we're not going anywhere. We have a vested interest. We want to do the right thing, and we longer term want to see heritage preserved. But history is to be preserved, but history is also to be made. And council has an opportunity to have vacant buildings, or an opportunity to incorporate heritage elements moving forward, but at the same time activate and improve its downtown. If we are denied today, then we will be forced to patch the roof and potentially put a couple of 2x4s inside the building for some stabilization, but the building will remain vacant and will continue to be a blight, and will continue to be an area that does not support vibrancy and activity in the core of our very important downtown that needs people and support and vibrancy today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaw, did you have a question for the delegate?
I do, Mayor Masters. I just wanted to add, if that's all right. I know that you've spoken, but I wasn't sure if that's fine.
Absolutely. You have a question? Go ahead.
Well, now that you say this, and that was kind of my concern on being on the planning committee, if this doesn't get demolished, you'd be forced to fix the roof and the building. What use could this building be of if you are forced to fix the roof and keep it? keep it instead of demolish it through the chair?
Through the chair, I'm just being realistic.
Yeah,
The
please.
building does not have a viable use at this time, and without millions of dollars of investment, is not attractive enough to be leased, or even we can't even provide it to on a volunteer basis as a charitable space. There are lots of vacancies in the downtown today, and many of those vacancies are in buildings that are in far better condition and way more attractive to potential tenants. And there are fewer of them today as a result of COVID. While we have tried to create occupancy in this building for many years, it's not viable and it's not attractive, and without even with millions of dollars, I'm not sure that it would be more attractive than some of the other vacant space in the building that other landlords are having a very difficult time filling. So unfortunately, the reality is that this building would remain vacant, and likely the Gordon building will remain vacant, and many of the other buildings that are like this will remain vacant, including the Western building that is not owned by us. I believe they only have one or two individuals in that building, and they have not been able to lease that space either.
Okay, you know what? Thank you for that information. That's fine, Mayor Masters. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. There are no further questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Blaisdell Hill, and apologies, Mr. Jordan. I apologize. I'm trying to find names here. Mr. Jordan Hardy from Hamilton Aikens. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting. We'll now consider item CR 21-152, Heritage Demolition, 1863 Cornwall Street. Councillor Fundura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-152, Heritage Demolition of 1863 Cornwall Street. To the City Council, 1A, deny the demolition application for 1863 Cornwall Street, and B, direct the property owner to undertake necessary repairs and other measures to stabilize the building and preserve the facade at minimum. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please? Can I get a seconder?
Councillor Tikiniak.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, September 8th, RPC referred the report back to administration. The reason was the application was not provided, the applicant did not provide the redevelopment plan with the demolition application that refers to the Victoria Park Heritage Conservation District. Today, the report deals with the applicant providing the redevelopment plan. Although it is an interim plan, this report comes with this report. It's attached to the application that completes the application for demolition. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I first want to say that I agree with the recommendation of the Regina Planning Commission to deny the demolition application of the 1863 Cornwall Street. I want to make this as simple as I possibly can. We will never see another case that's as clearly a case of demolition by neglect as this case is. The facts show that. The main fact is that on May 12, 2019, Harvard received a report from its engineers that stabilization had to take place and could take place at a cost of $200,000. That is a small cost to a corporation like Harvard. They did not do that. They instead waited till the building disintegrated. Ms. Blaisdell, Hill Blaisdell says, well, COVID came along. COVID didn't come along until in North America until February 2020. That was the time in North America that we understood there was a problem. So between May 2019 and February 2020, Harvard, the owners of this property, had ample opportunity to do modest repairs which, in the opinion of its engineers, would preserve this property. I have one question for the administration, and then I want to move an amendment. My question for the administration is this: what is properly to be understood by a heritage conservation district?
To you, Madam Mayor, I'll start and then I might ask our legal counsel to add. So the Heritage Conservation District designates an area or part of an area within a city as an area for conservation. So under the Heritage Act, it is designated. Within our conservation bylaw, this is where there was guidelines that were also established. So it established this area, but it also established guidelines that talk about the ability to look at alterations, maintenance, and even demolition within this area. So when administration reviewed this, and I apologize, it's not in your package, the map was not included, but within the map of the bylaw, there's hatched properties that say potential heritage properties. And within the bylaw, it refers back to our old inventory bylaw. And so when administration looked at this and looked in combination with the potential heritage properties on the bylaw, the guidelines, we went and did an assessment of the building in its individuality. And that came out as a grade 2. So that's why administration recommended the demolition, because the bylaw does, the guidelines do talk about that. But with it being the conservation district, it is designating that area as a heritage area.
Is a follow-up to that, is the point of a heritage conservation district to preserve the look of the district? Or to put it another way, is there a danger in a heritage conservation district if you let one building go and then a little while later another building go, that soon you'll get, in the words of one architect, a sawtooth effect which will destroy the very nature and look of the heritage district?
Through you, Mayor, Masters, yes, the intent and this bylaw was very specific about preserving the pre-war character of the area. So I think that's where, but it allowed for those individual assessments and individual designations. So you can't designate twice. So 3 times after this bylaw was established, 3 other properties were taken out of the district and then designated on their own. So I think that's where, with the interpretation going forward, we're going to have to look at, depending on how council wants to see this, we may have to go back and look at the bylaw and rewrite it so that it's very clear as to the intent of council.
Thank you. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment. One of the difficulties here is that, and I may ask the clerk or legal counsel to comment on this, is the order in which things are done matters. The amendment is this, that section B of the motion be replaced with the following section, and the assistant clerk has these wording. B, consideration of an order directing the property owner to undertake necessary repairs and other measures required to stabilize the building and preserve the facade be tabled, and the matter referred to the Provincial Heritage Review Board for a hearing and report back to council for council consideration on receipt of the review board's report on the matter. I'd like to move that amendment, Madam Mayor, and I believe I need a seconder for it.
Councillor Mancinelli?
Thank you very much. To the amendment. One of the problems here is knowing what is heritage. And I feel confident that what is heritage is not what Ms. Hill Blaisdell described. It's not a few knickknacks stuck onto a modern building. I believe, as I believe the Regina Planning Commission thought, that heritage required the preservation of this facade in some form that preserves the identity of the facade. I'm not an architect and I'm not a heritage expert, but the Provincial Heritage Board is a board made up of experts on this very question. And rather than have us decide this today, I think it's appropriate this matter go to the Provincial Heritage Board, that they examine it with their expertise and refer it back to us with an explanation of what is involved in preserving heritage in this case. We've done this before in my time. I can think of 2 other instances in which we've referred matters to the Provincial Heritage Board, and they have given us advice which we have followed. It's been useful advice. I think that would be prudent in this case. In order to do that, we have to stop the demolition of the building. Because if the building's demolished, we're just not going to be able to preserve the heritage, the facade, for the Heritage Review Board to have a chance to properly look at this. Just one other thing I want to mention on this. There is a safety consideration. The safety consideration does not require the demolition of the building. It requires that the building be fenced, properly fenced. And I have no doubt that Harvard, understanding its own liability if it fails in safety measure, will be able to put up a fence and preserve the safety of the building until this matter can be properly resolved by us on the advice of experts in the Provincial Heritage Board. So I'd ask you to support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'm just going to check with Ms. Hauerluck. In terms of point 1A, deny the application, if we make no decision, if the whole thing is tabled pending the review board, does demolition go ahead?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, it's following the process as per the Act. So I might ask Ms. Willoughby to go through the process because it is complicated.
Thank you. Apologies, Ms. Willoughby, you're in the room.
Through you, Mayor Masters. It would be the advice of our office that you do proceed with recommendation A as well. Once that decision to deny demolition is made, the applicant does have the right to object to that decision as well, but we would hope to have the two, both the denial of the demolition and the repair order considered by the review board together, if at all possible.
Perfect, thank you. I should have known Councillor Hawkins would have the procedurally absolutely bang on. Any questions or comments on the motion, the amendment? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. A question about the process. Councillor Hawkins has mentioned, I'm in support. We defer it to a board with adequate expertise. I have a question that draws from one of the delegations who spoke to the need for a third-party engineering review of documents submitted and so on. Does this board have access to that required level of expertise so we can challenge the applicant's technical submission?
Through Mayor Masters, so our building team did review it. Yes, they don't have that technical expertise as such, but based on the photos, their experience, they had no reason to dispute what was being presented to us by the applicants. If it is something that council wishes us to do, then we would get a third-party review, but we're not recommending that. We feel and as Ms. Schmidt said, she had looked and concurred the building is in a state of disrepair.
Okay. Finally, this is not the first time we've gone down this road. We've submitted it to this board before. Heritage reports consume a great deal of administration and council time. Could we not just submit every single heritage designated building or what was on the holding bylaw before? Could we just not submit them in their entirety to this review board so we get it all done with all at once, well in advance?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no. I think Ms. Willoughby can talk about the process, but it is very clearly laid out, the process, unless there's something I might not know.
Through you, Mayor Masters. The process is explicitly prescribed within the Heritage Property Act, so if you would like to see changes to that, that's a different issue.
Okay, thank you.
Just a note in terms of, in no ways does council mean to impugn the reputation of an engineering firm. It's more, I think, Councillor Stevens, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we would always be verifying on a third-party independent nature something that's coming in terms of where it's being paid for or commissioned from. Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. I think that's part of my question as well. We've kind of been down this hole before with Heritage. And I know when we had the discussions prior to, it was really talking about, you know, who determines if the bones in the building are good? Like that's the whole determination here. Can the facade be kept? Can it not be kept? But there's another piece that I think is really important, and I really want to see clarity as to how this is going to change moving forward. If we have a heritage property, which we've heard, we've got others in this area, how do we determine and how do we ensure that owners are actually putting the dollars in? When does it become determined that it could be actually neglect and that they're not, like, there is, because I agree with Councillor Hawkins, all of a sudden it's one goes, then it's another, then it's another. So we do not have a lot of heritage properties. That is the whole intent here. So I guess the worry I have, and this was a discussion we had at least 2 years ago, how do we ensure that they're being maintained, number one, that they don't leave them so they do fall apart and then they have to be torn down because that's why they're there. But I think secondly, is there a fine? Like, how does that have to be changed? So it just can't be they get a letter. Well, like, what is that process through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So, as you know, we're reviewing our heritage policies and looking at all of these issues because we know this is important work that we need to do. In the past, what we are doing currently is visual inspections. We talked about that, and we're establishing the visual inspections, which is the outside. But to your point, it's more about the bones and the structure, and that's a bigger conversation about how we go through that process to be able to do that work. So I might ask Ms. Hill, who's online, couldn't be here today, to just kind of walk through what we're doing with that process. And then Ms. Willoughby might be able to explain some of the challenges just with respect to getting all of those reports, and because we're trying to work through all of that with the information that's coming forward to council, because it's not quite as simple to get that information. So I might ask Ms. Hill to start, and then she might ask Ms. Willoughby.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the process that we've been working through this year since the approval of the interim heritage policies in the spring is really a pilot approach to undertaking visual inspections of all of the designated buildings in the city. And so we have completed those exterior visual inspections, and we're preparing a summary report of that process. One of the challenges that we've had is, you know, without entry to the building, sometimes there's limitations in terms of what we can determine about the condition from the outside. And to enter the building does require, unless there's cooperation from the property owner, entry to the building requires council to issue that authorization. And in the case of a dwelling unit, there's additional parameters that have to be met. So We're working through the experience that we've had over the last few months, and we'll be bringing forward some recommendations to council in the near term here around some of the options we have to move forward. And Ms. Willoughby will be able to explain further the legalities under the Act.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I don't have a lot to add, other than to say, as most of you are aware, the Act is somewhat cumbersome to manage from an enforcement perspective and requires us almost always to come first to council and to provide notice periods to owners that allows them to object and triggers the review board process for almost all of these sorts of things around, certainly around enforcement, and also with the inspection issue that have been noted. We are looking to try to incorporate some of ways to address that within the designation bylaws when they go forward, and particularly with the ones that go forward on a consensual basis when the owner is the applicant. And we're hoping that we can try to get over some of those hurdles up front. But as I said, the Act is very prescriptive and doesn't allow for really any delegated authority. So we're sort of stuck, but we're working on it.
We did hear from one of the other speakers that looking at other cities such as Vancouver, I hope that is considered when this comes back to give council some options. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw. You're speaking to the amendment, Councillor Shaw.
Yes, I know. Thank you. With the amendment, I'm trying to figure out if we refer this back, and I don't have any history of this. Does that come into account? And we hear the engineers won't be discussing this. This will just go into. So then do we have to say what, or do we have to agree with what it comes back with from the provincial heritage through the chair?
For you, Mayor Masters, no, it will go to the Heritage Review Board and they'll make a recommendation to council, but at the end of the day, it is council's decision. It's advice.
Do you know how long this process is going to take through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Hill to provide the timelines of the last report. It was quite quick, if I recall.
Through you, Mayor Masters, they try to schedule the hearing date within 90 days of the referral. I think it was a little bit quicker than that last time around, although not by much. And then the report, the last time we did this was a similar timing where we had the process extended over the Christmas break. And the report was about 2 months in terms of coming back to us and getting in front of council. So, 90 days plus 60 days.
Okay. Now, in these reports, so if this comes back, and this is a question, I guess, to administration. Since moving here in Regina, I found out that we really don't have good soil in Regina, and home ownership has been quite interesting in different areas of the city. Has that ever been taken into account with deeming a property a heritage property through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, just so I'm clear on the question, has the soil conditions come into play with respect to heritage? I'm sorry, if you could just clarify.
Yes, kind of, because what I'm trying to say is I know other cities have heritage buildings and they last hundreds of years, but the effects of our soil is not the same as what Ottawa has, or what Vancouver has, or other municipalities have. So has that ever been taken into effect of trying to keep a building alive and structurally sound for hundreds of years with the soil condition that we have? Does that make more sense?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. Thank you for that clarification. No, that's not something that comes into consideration. We're looking at the structure, and the requirements are of the owner of the property to maintain it accordingly.
So what I'm struggling with is how can we make an owner of a heritage property keep the structure, keep everything up to par, but yet the soil conditions, they can do nothing about it, and then the cracks and the buildings falling apart because of the soil. So I'm trying to figure out how a heritage property owner could deal with that. Has that ever come up before through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no. At this point, it's no different than any properties. It's the responsibility of the owner to maintain their property and to make sure it's structurally, the integrity is there structurally, regardless of the soil conditions.
Wow. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. Just prior to the vote, I will ask, Ms. Haverlick, you answered Councillor Hawkins' question. I'm going to ask it of Mr. Wary. Could you explain to Council what the Heritage Conservation District requires?
The Heritage Conservation District is really no different than an individual property. It's just designating an area or a series or number of properties in one bylaw, and that's what was created in 1994. In terms of, the only other point to make is that they're treated for the purposes of the requirements of the Heritage Property Act the same way as individual properties would.
Along that line, what does the law say about what we can and cannot enforce relative to ownership of a heritage property?
The Heritage Property Act we would describe as a complete code for dealing and regulating heritage property. So there are enforcement mechanisms that are contained in the Act, but as Ms. Willoughby has said, it's a little bit cumbersome given that it has to all be done through council and through potential referrals to the provincial board before action can be taken. But there are powers in the Heritage Property Act to require property owners to remedy heritage violations, and if that isn't done, the city is in a position to make those changes, and then it would be added to it would be a formal lien on the property. That's the main way that it's enforced. There's also charges that can be pursued in the Act as well, and those would go through the court process.
So if it took us $1 million to knock a building down and pin a facade, throwing a number out there, and we add it to a property tax bill, if the property tax bill doesn't get paid, then what happens?
To clarify, it doesn't get added to the tax bill. It just is a lien on the property, and it would be more like enforcing a civil remedy. It's not like some of the other remedies that we have to incur charges and then add it to the tax bill. We don't have the authority to do that in this particular context.
Correct. What happens if taxes go unpaid?
If taxes go unpaid, there's a very detailed procedure in the Tax Enforcement Act, which is provincial legislation. So in some ways it's similar to heritage property. A lot of the requirements are set out in provincial legislation, and the taxation department is required to follow all those steps. And there's due process involved so that property owners are given the opportunity to remedy the debt, and if they don't, then there's increasingly more intrusive powers up to and including taking ownership of the property, taking tax title as it's called.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from council, we'll pull Councillor Hawkins. Would you like to close off debate on the amendment?
There's nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote. What's that? Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. With respect to the amendment, it is carried 9-1 in favor for the viewing public. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Zakidniak, Manselli, Mole, and yourself, Mayor, voted in favor. Councillor Shaw voted against, and Councillor LeBlanc is temporarily away from the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have a communication on item CR 20. Oh, see, now we're going back to the main motion, which is as amended. Any councillors wish to speak to the main motion? Seeing none, Councillor Fundura, did you want to close off debate? Thank you. Please call the vote on the main motion as amended. Mr. Clerk?
Mayor Masters, the main motion as amended is carried 9-1. All members present are voting in favor with the exception of Councillor Shaw, and again, Councillor LeBlanc is away temporarily.
Thank you. We have a communication on item CR 21-153 from Bike Regina. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communication 21-32? Thank you, Councillor Statichuk. Ask for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I'll simply call the verbal question. Any opposed? Councillor Shaw, can I get a verbal?
Yes, sorry, in favor.
Thank you. Carried. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I have to recuse myself as the applicant in this report is a family member.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, can I get a verbal? I'd like to call upon delegation, Chad Jedlick and Blair Forrester, representing Forrester Harvard Development Corp. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Your Worship and City Councilors. My name is Chad Jedlick. With me is Blair Forrester, and we are the developers of Acre 21, and we are from Regina. It's rare that we oppose a recommendation from City Administration. Since the RPC meeting, we have submitted additional information to Administration, information and perspectives that may not have been considered previously. We are not familiar with the Stasi family, but they appear to be good business operators and great community members. But that's not the discussion today. It's not whether you prefer coffee from Tim's, McDonald's, or Starbucks. This is a zoning discussion, and this amendment will have real impacts on the neighborhood. We ask that you deny it. When Acre 21 was planned, we looked at the Greens on Gardner, or we worked with the Greens on Gardner and City Administration to create a hub of off-street retailers, rather than a corridor of traditional strip malls. The buildings were pulled off the street and turned inwards. The parking lot was hidden from Chuka. Drive-throughs were put deep in the site, and car access was provided from adjacent municipal roads. The desire was to protect Chuka for pedestrians and cyclists. The land across the street from Acre 21 is zoned for residential mixed use. Developers know that the types of businesses that locate in mixed-use buildings are different than those that locate in freestanding retail. That is why vertical mixed-use sites are predominantly residential sites. The best example in Regina is on Broad Street across from the CBC building. The recommendation in Administration's report to allow horizontal mixed use means Chuka won't get a mixed-use project like Broad Street, but instead traditional strip malls like Victoria Avenue and Albert Street. It will also oversupply that type of retail and cause tenant failures. We don't believe Administration's intent is to cause tenant failures, but the lack of appreciation for retail impact analysis will have that outcome. As a developer, we support horizontal mixed use when integrating residential buildings onto retail sites. That is in line with the zoning bylaw 2019, and typical in North America as demand for bricks and mortar retail falls with the growth of online shopping. That transition is not what is proposed here. This is not adding residents to a retail site. This is turning a predominantly residential site into a retail site. This is a subtle yet critical nuance we believe Administration missed. If this amendment passes, Parcel C will have retail and institutional uses only and no residential dwelling units, no residential density. Administration's report does not address the loss of residential density. Council is supporting research on the density target of 50 people per hectare. As a company, we did not enter that fray because we think 50 works when high-density residential is clustered in and around retail nodes, arterials, and gateways. These have the road network, transit, and retail amenities to support over 100 people per hectare, which then allows for low density deeper in the neighborhood. This sort of planning reduces parking and traffic congestion on narrow local roads. It avoids the issues we hear about in Harbour Landing. The proposed amendment impacts 4 sites. The Rivera site is already complete and built out according to the bylaw. The parcel owned by Mr. Pfeiffer is under development, adheres to the bylaw, and Mr. Pfeiffer opposes this amendment. Parcel P is owned by the Greens on Gardner, who sold all of the land in the area, including the 4 undeveloped residential multifamily sites. The last parcel, Parcel Q, was purchased by the proponent in January of this year, January 2021. The proponent had a clear understanding of the zoning requirements at time of purchase. Is there a business opportunity to locate retailers on Chuka Boulevard? Yes. Retailers love car traffic. Is there a huge financial win for the proponents if this amendment passes? Absolutely. By reasonable estimate, the value of the proponent's land will increase by $1.1 million since their purchase. That is an incredible real estate play. But is the amendment the right thing for residents and the city? As councillors, you have the ability and the right to change zoning rules. But this amendment is a step backwards from the planning goals that are typically endorsed by administration. These lands haven't developed because the economy stalled. Council knows significant job growth is on the horizon that will drive residential growth and consequently the viability of residential mixed-use projects. Our ask today is that you assess this application based on what you know about planning. Has administration properly looked at the traffic impacts, the tenant impacts, and the loss of residential density? We appreciate and value that Council wants the city to be open for business. We appreciate administration's willingness to work with applicants. But if you want to think about business interests, please consider the local operators and franchisees that have already invested early in the area, that have opened shops to serve the residents of the Greens, and who have persevered through slower than projected residential growth and the impacts of COVID. Following the first Planning Commission meeting, we engaged the consultants that worked on the Southeast Neighbourhood Plan to assess this amendment. You'll hear from Mr. Chris Turner and Mr. Bruce Belmore regarding retail and traffic impacts. If you're wondering why we waited till after RPC, it's because, with all due respect, we were caught off guard that the administration would endorse such an amendment. Thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions, we would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Jedlick. Any members of council have a question for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Bruce Belmore. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Belmore.
Good afternoon.
Please proceed. I understand you just muted yourself. There you go, sir.
Organization you're representing and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes.
Sir,
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Bruce Belmore, and I'm calling from Regina. I'm the head of transportation with KGS Group, a local engineering company located here in Regina with approximately 70 staff. I'm here today to discuss the traffic impacts anticipated with the proposed zoning change as it relates to the undeveloped parcels between Green Falls Drive and Green Apple Drive, comprising a full city block. While our analysis was not prepared in time for Regina Planning Commission, I am pleased to provide a summary of our results today. And there was an attachment that went with this that goes through the details. First, let me start by saying that I am in favor of development, whether it's commercial, residential, or other. Development is a necessary and integral part of growing Regina's economy and the competitiveness of this city. But the type of uses and integration of these uses are critical to consider from a traffic operations and neighborhood building perspective. I've practiced as a transportation engineer for over 30 years, for a time in Ottawa, but primarily here in Regina. I was in charge of the traffic analysis, as Chad Jedlick had mentioned, for the whole southeast Regina lands, and examined the traffic operations for that road network. So that's basically the development that occurred between Woodland Grove Drive all the way out to the Regina bypass and beyond, and between Victoria Avenue and Arcola Avenue. This work was completed with consideration for 6 independent landowners and included approval through the City of Regina. I've also served as international president of an organization called ITE. ITE is a global organization of 16,000 members that publishes reference material and standards used by professionals in the planning of transportation networks. I mention this as I refer back to these standards at points during my presentation. The bylaw for Chuka Boulevard Mixed-Use Control District contemplates Chuka Boulevard as a key entrance into the area. The photo that was attached in my presentation kind of aptly illustrates the intent of the current bylaw. The view is looking south at the Chuka Boulevard and Green Falls Drive intersection. It shows the use of cycling lanes by a mother and her kids, a sidewalk on one side, 2 through travel lanes in either direction, left turn lanes at the intersection, and in the background to the right, the Rivera Green Falls Plaza mixed-use development with residential vertically over main floor commercial. The buildings are tight to the road, and the city zoning bylaw requires development of an on-site integrated sidewalk through development on the west side adjacent to buildings for the entire mixed-use area. While the proposal to amend the zoning bylaw talks about maintaining the square footage for residential and commercial uses, the idea that it should not matter whether it is vertical zoning or horizontal zoning is not accurate, at least from a traffic and parking perspective. We have attached a separate background summary using ITU reference information and established industry references, which are used when submitting a traffic study or developing a neighborhood master plan for approval by the city. The following points should be contemplated when considering changing this zoning bylaw. I have 4 points. First, Chuka Boulevard was not designed to carry high levels of traffic. 2021 traffic volumes, as adjusted for the pandemic, are currently estimated at 18,800 vehicles per day. Chuka Boulevard roadway was estimated in the 2016 Southeast Neighborhood Traffic Impact Study to carry a volume of 13,700 vehicles per day at full build-out. This is a substantial difference. Existing through lanes on Chuka Boulevard north of Green Falls Drive are a narrow 3.3 meters. The city minimum standard is 3.5 meters. The left turn lanes are 3 meters. The city minimum is 3.3 meters. And the bike lane is at 1.25 meters, whereas the common standard is 1.5. Constructing an arterial roadway through a commercial retail zone often requires up to 6 lanes roadway cross-section, with the outside lane reserved for right-in, right-out turning traffic in and out of the commercial businesses, while through traffic is allowed to proceed unimpeded. It would be difficult to widen Chuka considering it is already constructed and that the cross-section is established within the available right-of-way. Further, one could suggest, well, let's just remove the bike lanes on Chuka Boulevard, but this would counter the city's sustainability goals. Second point, the type of land use that's chosen for this area affects the amount of traffic generated by a development. The ITE 10th edition of the Trip Generation Manual is used to estimate the amount of traffic generated by all types, thousands of different types of land uses. For example, a high turnover restaurant, a Moxie's, Earl's, or Original Joe's, can generate 70% less traffic than a fast food restaurant with a drive-through in the afternoon peak hour. So the important crux there is the type of land use that's chosen here is important, and it will have a significant impact on traffic. My third point is standalone commercial retail has a high impact on traffic and parking needs. Standalone retail is documented in increasing required parking, number of driveway access points, and generates additional traffic impact on city roadways.
Mr. Belmore, I'm just going to advise you that you're past 5 minutes right now, so I'll ask that you bring it to a conclusion, please.
Sure, absolutely. So this third point is standalone commercial does have an impact. And massing uses together, such as mixed use, limits that impact. Last point is mixed use development results in more shared use trips between uses. And when you mix residential and things like retail, you get up to a 15 to 25% decrease in traffic. So in closing, this is not just about a discretionary use on one parcel, but about the format of development across multiple parcels. And so in my professional opinion, the zoning of vertical mixed use of residential and retail is appropriate, considering the existing roadway design and traffic volumes, and should remain in effect as identified in the current zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Belmore. I'll just ask members of council, do you have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Mr. Belmore, who do you represent?
I represent the Acre 21 development.
And who are Acre 21 development?
They're the owners of the property across the street on Chuka Boulevard, and so have an interest in the type of development that occurs on this side of the road across from their development. And it was the former two individuals that spoke, Blair Forrester and Chad Jedlick.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, both written and presented here today, and ask that you please leave the meeting. I would like to call upon delegation Chris Letourneau and Martin Anstey, representing MXD Development Strategists. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Please proceed.
Can I start now? Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Chris Letourneau, President and CEO of MXD Development Strategists, which regularly performs retail market analyses to inform land use policies in public jurisdictions throughout Canada, the USA, and internationally. Our offices are based in Richmond, BC, and I have over 30 years of experience assessing such retail markets. In 2015, MXD prepared a comprehensive retail market study on behalf of the various property owners within the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan area. This analysis formed the basis for establishing the retail framework and associated land use and zoning policies in the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan. On behalf of Acre 21 Development Corp., my presentation is in opposition to the recent application by property owners within the DCD CBM Chuka Boulevard Mixed Direct Control Zone, proposing RPC 21-54 Zoning Bylaw Amendment PL 2021-00105. The intent of the DCD CBM district was to create a mixed-use district that would provide integrated mixed-use development with multifamily residential uses above retail spaces at grade, resulting in a pedestrian-safe community which does not rely on automobiles. The intentional zoning was established to complement the separate zoning for the Acre 21 property situated adjacent on the east side of Chuka Boulevard, so that the two sides of Chuka would work in harmony to establish a heart for this evolving community. As a pioneering project, Acre 21 and its many retail tenants made significant commitments to enter this retail trade area in advance of the residential critical mass being established, as they relied on the city-approved land use policies and zoning of the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan. Now, professionally, and based on my experience working throughout Regina and with communities across Canada and the U.S., I find it disappointing the city would entertain the thought of compromising the significant efforts invested to establish a mixed-use district simply to respond to a proposed single drive-through restaurant tenancy. Furthermore, why would the city provide the proponents of this zoning amendment with an unfair advantage to change the rules to favor one property when other properties have evolved per the established rules, zoning, and policies enforced by the administration of the City of Regina? Now, we understand from the city's recent supplemental report in response to inquiries from the Planning Commission that FDM, a consulting firm, prepared a retail impact analysis on behalf of the proponents of this proposed zoning amendment. We have had the opportunity to review FDM's retail impact analysis, and as professionals have made a few observations as follows. Firstly, FDM's summary is not a retail impact analysis, but a high-level opinion letter which does not present empirical data on the retail impact and relies on inaccurate broad statements that there would be no retail impact made by the proposed zoning amendment. Secondly, FDM did not reference up-to-date data on the number of housing starts and the slower rates of population growth, and they inaccurately referred to population growth as robust when we know that the province has experienced its deepest slowdown in history. Thirdly, FDM did not consider the impacts of COVID-19 and the rapid growth of e-commerce on retailing and restaurants. Fourthly, FDM did accurately point out there's 10.5% retail vacancy in Southeast Regina, but this actually is a very high number for a new evolving trade area. The industry standard should be less than 5 or 7% vacancy. Fifthly, FDM did not offer any expenditure or retail space demand analysis for retail space. And finally, FDM suggests that the proponent's site plans would demonstrate how to maintain a pedestrian-safe environment, although a 3-lane drive-through restaurant is completely not compatible with a pedestrian-safe environment. Now, in response, on behalf of Acre 21, MXD prepared its own objective retail impact analysis because we believe that the one prepared by the applicants failed to actually create a proper retail impact analysis. And some of the highlights are, firstly, unrealized population projections. In updating the population growth figures in our MXD retail impact analysis, we point out that the previous 2016 population projections from the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan have not been realized. In fact, there is a 4 to 6 year lag time due to the state of the provincial economy and impacts of COVID-19. Accordingly, trade area population growth has slowed since 2016, resulting in less demand for new retail space. As a result, secondly, the retail market is oversupplied in the Southeast Regina trade area and commensurately has a 4 to 6 lag time to absorb because the forecasted residential development has not yet occurred. And furthermore, retail impact is not just about the amount of space, but also the positioning of the space, particularly relating to single-purpose auto-orientated retail, which would become oversubscribed should the zoning amendment be approved. Thirdly, the impacts of COVID-19 have had a profound impact, particularly on retailing and restaurants. Fourthly, e-commerce has grown phenomenally and is projected to grow at a rate of 12% per annum over the next decade. Fifthly, land use decisions should not overreact to COVID-19. And although COVID-19 has resulted in short-term restaurant drive-through and takeaway activity, we are already seeing as vaccine passports evolve and vaccination rates increase, dining in restaurants will once again regain patronage, and accordingly, long-term planning decisions should not be overly influenced by short-term reactions to COVID-19.
Mr. Letourneau, I'm just going to interrupt you. You're past 5 minutes, so I'll just ask that you conclude shortly.
I'll close it out for you. Yeah, the integrity of the Chuka Boulevard Direct Control District should not be compromised, as impacting the planned rhythm of Chuka Boulevard destroys the integrity of the Chuka Boulevard Direct Control District by replacing mixed-use buildings with single-purpose, auto-orientated restaurants and drive-thrus and retail pads. If approved, the proposed zoning amendment would profoundly impact safe pedestrian mobility and cause traffic congestion at this gateway to the community while disrupting the well-intentioned complementary uses that were planned for this community not long ago. Thank you for considering my presentation.
Thank you very much. I'll ask members of council if they have any questions. I see Councillor Stevens does. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Letourneau, you and other delegates have spoken about the pedestrian-friendly intent of this area. When I look at Acre 21, I see predominantly parking lots, vast parking lots, and maybe less than half of that space is actually retail. Can you comment on the pedestrian friendliness of the existing Acre 21 commercial space?
Well, I think my presentation was not to talk about the existing Acre 21. It was to talk about the change proposed for the zoning of the the properties in the direct control district, the Chuka Boulevard direct control zoning district, which were very intentionally zoned with a use that would facilitate pedestrian safe mobility, including bike lanes on the boulevard, but also the movement in between residential and commercial uses in mixed-use format versus freestanding retail that would be pulled up close to Chuka Boulevard as the, if approved, the rezoning would permit.
Okay. My next question has to do with the economic assessment you've spoken about. I'll put it bluntly, why should council care if there's increased competition? Isn't that the notion that we should be advancing in a market-based society? More competition, the better?
Yeah, I don't think the issue is more competition, the better. I think what we wanted to do, I think the proponent was asked for a retail impact assessment, and I don't believe that the consultants who prepared it, in fact, did that. I don't even think they recognized that they had a proper retail impact assessment, but rather an opinion of how the market was growing or not growing, in which case they said it was. We did a full-on objective retail impact assessment using the industry standard. We reflected on the 2015 retail study. We looked at your own housing starts data from the Census Canada as well as CMHC and the City of Regina, and adjusted those population growth rates to realize that the demand for new space is actually much less. In fact, somewhere to the tune of 150,000 square feet less than what had been anticipated by today, and could get close to 200,000 square feet less 10 years from now. Now, as a result, that suggests that existing retailers that are already in the market, or even the pioneer ones that were part of Acre 21 and made the commitments, could now be negatively impacted through sales erosion, particularly when it comes to the auto-orientated drive-through food and beverage.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Shaw.
Just a quick question to go off of what you'd said. Now, you've done this retail impact analysis. Can you tell us, was this done, are you contracted by anybody, or was this done, what's your interest in this development?
Yes. Thank you for your question, Councillor Shaw. As I said at the opening of my presentation, and also when I introduced some of our key findings of the retail impact analysis, that MXD Development Strategist, or MXD for short, was engaged by Acre 21 Development Corp to objectively, as we did, objectively look at what had changed in the retail market since the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan was put together, and the retail market analysis that helped inform the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation as well as your written submission to council today, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Yes, thank you, and have a nice day.
You as well, sir. I'd like to call upon Delegation Mike DeStassi, representing DeStassi Real Estate Limited. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your Worship, members of Council, and City Administration, my name is Mike DeStassi of DeStassi Real Estate. Along with my family, we own and operate 5 Tim Hortons franchises right here in Regina. Our family has an option to purchase on Parcel B along Chuka Boulevard, which is one of the subject properties. Although we aren't here today to discuss the Tim Hortons, which we are hopeful could find itself a home on one of these parcels, that conversation would bring us back to future Planning Commission and City Council meetings, as it would be subject to discretionary use application process. I do want to provide quickly some insight into our proposed project. What we are proposing is a first of its kind sustainable Tims that would be located here in Regina. We have been working with the Tim Hortons design team to investigate and evaluate a flagship location to test sustainable options, which would include sustainable materials and processes incorporated into the building, site design, and construction, while carrying that on through the operations of the day-to-day business. This location would become the testing place for new sustainable initiatives for the Tim Hortons brand. For that reason, I'm here today to ask for your recommendation to approve this text amendment so we can come back to you and talk about our proposed sustainable Tims in greater detail. Speaking to the demand for commercial space in the area, and although I'm not a professional consultant, I do feel that as a tenant and a business owner for more than 20 years, I stand by the findings of the retail impact summary completed by FBM that does confirm there is demand. To say there isn't demand in this area is just true. We, Tim Hortons, would like to be in the area, and we've also heard from 3 local businesses, a gym, a nail salon, and a retail shop, who would also like to be in this area. I would suggest that the lack of demand on these parcels stems more from businesses having concerns about being in a mixed-use building, not a mixed-use environment. The passing of this bylaw amendment would spur the development of this land, which would contain the required landmark feature corners, internal sidewalks with landscape boulevards, and bring some life to this otherwise dead space. The current zoning does have specific requirements for extra design along the streetscape that does not exist in other zones. Those requirements are not changing. The arrangement of buildings within these properties, which forces the commercial buildings to face Chuka Boulevard, is, as per the Chuka Boulevard interface cross-section, is part of the current zoning bylaw, and they remain through the amendment and continue to make these properties different and unique and a definite improvement from the state of the lands have sat in over the last 9 years. Voting in favor of this amendment today doesn't guarantee a drive-through on any of the properties. It only allows us to have the conversation through the discretionary use application process. As detailed in the amendment, a traffic impact analysis would be required for all drive-throughs so that the specific traffic impacts can be analyzed on a site-by-site basis. This is an important requirement because the same property can be arranged in a variety of ways. Some of those ways may result in no impact to the surrounding roadway, and others, if poorly planned, could have very negative impact. The point of the site-specific TIA is to review how the site plan impacts the traffic and not speak generally about what may or may not happen. This is just step 1 of many for us to make this project viable. I want to thank the administration for all of the work they put into preparing the report before you today. We, my family and I, support the recommendation put forth to amend the DCD CBM zone to accept standalone commercial buildings and drive-thrus in a mixed-use environment. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeStassi. I have a question from Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the Mayor, you referred a couple of times to sustainability and a sustainable project that what is your understanding of, or what framework or criteria are you using for sustainability?
Through the chair, fantastic question. We've been working with some of the best consultants we can work with Tim Hortons. We want this to be a science-based initiative. We are very mindful of all the different impacts that we could have when it comes to sustainable initiatives, and we want to make sure that those that we implement into this building are actually effective. And so we'll be looking at this. We're still fairly early into the planning stage right now with our consultants. First step is getting through here, but we want this to be the most sustainable Tim Hortons in Canada when we open up the door.
Through the mayor, isn't it a contradiction that to be sustainable and be a drive-through at the same time?
Through the chair, I can definitely see where you're coming from there, especially with vehicles idling.
Yes.
This is something that we're taking very seriously when it comes to what we can do to improve that. And so I don't want to speak in, I don't want to speak, I know when we were to go to the Planning Commission again, we could speak in more detail, but I'll just give you one idea right now. It's something that we're thinking about is a mobile order only drive-through lane, which essentially would reduce the order taking time at a speaker box. So how can we reduce our idling time in our drive-throughs? So we're taking a holistic approach, not just on the build of the restaurant, but also to the day-to-day operations on how we can be sustainable.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Seeing no further questions from council, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. DeStasty, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
They're in.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. The Mayor.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Ron Pfeiffer. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Please proceed.
Do I have you guys?
You bet. Please go ahead.
My name is Ron Pfeiffer, and I represent 102063509 Saskatchewan Limited. I'm from Regina. I do not support the zoning change. I'm the landowner on one of the pieces that the zoning is contemplated being changed. I'll call the company 3509 just for short. It's built a building on the west side of Chuka. 10 more are planned. We're following all the current city guidelines. The form is main floor commercial with residential above. We have received 4 offers on the property and have a signed offer in place. Additionally, we finalized sales on 2 more buildings. Our project meets all the guidelines. Our focus is professional groups for the commercial. It's been suggested this type of building form is not viable for a couple of reasons. One, I'm hearing there's no market for this type of property. It's just dead wrong. Just dead wrong. The previous owner couldn't make a go of it. That's another statement. The original owner of the adjacent property was probably undercapitalized. They lost 4 properties in Regina. The other 3 were fully residential. 2, there's never been any evidence of any marketing from either of the 2 parcels that want to be rezoned. They've never done any marketing for this type of property. CMHC is the premier information group and source of financing in Canada. They currently provide very, very generous funding programs for mixed-use and residential buildings. I would suggest a minimum of 15 properties in the area are financed under the various programs, and at least another 20 are in various stages of approval. So CMHC all across Canada wants to see this type of property. They do not fund standalone commercial. They do not fund drive-throughs, period, end of story. Any suggestion that mixed-use properties are not viable seems inconsistent with the facts. I agree with Harvard that the market will take some time to mature. Finding a tenant is fairly easy. Finding the right tenant is challenging. all the effort that developers have been through in the last 5 or 6 years through some very difficult economic times, things are improving quickly. It just seems the wrong time to change directions and confuse things. Furthermore, Harvard has excess capacity for drive-thrus. They can do them. They specialize in them. This makes no sense. The market's already being serviced properly. I'm concerned that there's no guidelines that I'm hearing from the city concerning distance from drive-thrus from residential properties. As evidenced by South Albert, it's not uncommon for vehicles to be lined up on Albert Street. I don't want this beside my residential properties. I don't want to drive through traffic blocking access to my property. If these drive-thrus are full and lots of people are coming through them, my residential tenants cannot get into the property. There's only one access. The city wants a common entrance to both properties. That's a problem. I've been hearing a message saying this is not about drive-thrus. My reading of the city documents indicate more than 20 references to drive-thrus. If it's not about drive-thrus, what's this about? Thank you very much for your time. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer. I'm just seeing if anybody has a question. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for both your written and I apologize.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's okay. Never mind.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Apologies. There's just a hand over a ball. Very much for both your written. We'll now call upon Delegation Kieran Hunt, representing FBM Architecture, Interior Design and Planning. Please introduce yourself for the record, who you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and Councillors. My name is Kieran Hunt, and I'm the Planning Studio Lead at FBM Architecture, Interior Design and Planning, and also the President of Key Planning Strategies. I'm speaking to you today from Halifax, Nova Scotia, on behalf of our client, the proponent applicant. I am no stranger to Regina. Over the past 18 years, I have been the lead consultant and author of numerous retail market analyses covering all areas of the city. I have seen the city grow and seen its resilience in the face of multiple economic slowdowns, each time rebounding with optimism, vigor, and strength. Firstly, let me say that there was discussion at the Planning Commission meeting and this evening that the retail impact study we prepared was not a typical quantitative analysis. The many retail impact studies I have written previously for various Regina and Saskatchewan-based developers have been predicated on quantifying an impact based on a request for additional square footage or a change to individual store size maximums. Since the proponent's application is seeking neither, such an empirical analysis was not deemed necessary. For example, Acre 21's Phase 2 site plan shows restaurant tenancies at 5,500 square feet and 6,100 square feet, which would not be impacted by the proponent's requested zoning amendment, as the zoning would continue to abide by the current maximum for restaurant, food, or beverage at 5,380 square feet. In 2015, a retail market study for the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, which doesn't actually include this part of Chuka Boulevard, was prepared by MXD Development Strategists. But despite a request for a copy of this report, we were provided a 2-page summary of general comments. We were also made aware during the November 3rd Planning Commission meeting that MXD had subsequently prepared an update to the 2015 study, though this too was not made available until this council meeting. We do believe the updated study by MXD will show that demand has slowed in recent years. We have no reason to question these findings. However, this slowdown in future demand is not necessarily reflected in realities within the existing trade area, and there is no reason to suggest that Regina will not recover, as it has proven to do so after previous economic slowdowns. The primary trade area promoted in Acre 21's marketing material is an affluent 80,000 residents. In retail market studies, a primary trade area is defined as that area from which 70 to 80% of retail sales originate. As further trade area validation, we created a localized 5-minute drive time trade area, which revealed a 2020 population catchment of 40,739, with an average household income of almost 154,000 per household. This trade area size and affluence excludes future growth dynamics and shows a strong existing local market with the presence of unmet demand. To support this observation, a 2018 CBC News article quoted Blair Forrester as saying, "We identified a long time ago that Southeast Regina was underserved from a retail perspective. We had to go all the way to Victoria Avenue to source any services in the community, and there was pent-up demand for anything closer." As to the issues of drive-thrus, comments that drive-thrus are not appropriate or inconsistent with the planning goals and intent of the local area are somewhat naive to the reality that the Southeast area is vehicular dominated. This is exemplified in real terms by Acre 21's 4 drive-thru establishments and its 20-pump co-op gas station and car wash. Moreover, Chuka Boulevard is a 4-lane arterial, while the recently completed multi-billion-dollar Regina bypass creates a direct connection to the neighborhood via Arcola. The opinion that recent trends advocating drive-thrus as a knee-jerk pandemic reaction is false. A multinational company like Starbucks, among others, would not make the decision to close 300 locations in Canada and focus on a drive-thru strategy as a knee-jerk reaction, but rather a sound business strategy. After all, retail is constantly evolving. My final comments address the requested shift from vertical mixed use to horizontal mixed use, which in no way would the removal of residential above retail to standalone commercial use with multi-residential on the same site have a negative impact on the local area. Horizontal mixed use consists of single-use buildings within an area whose intent is for integrated, walkable, and connected environments. This is the same language that is used for vertical mixed-use development. The reality is that for suburban fringe locations like Chuka Boulevard, vertical mixed-use development is challenging. Green Falls Plaza, completed in 2018 with 25,000 square feet of retail space, still has significant vacancy. This is a contributing factor to an estimated 10% vacancy in the southeast sector. While, admittedly, this is a higher vacancy than desired, this has no relevance to the proponent who is not proposing additional square footage than that which is already approved, but rather formats that are more leasable and compatible with retailer needs looking to seek in the market. In April of this year, a zoning amendment was approved in the MLM zone, which removed the mixed-use requirement and allowed for standalone residential in the commercial zone. This is the same change that our proponent is seeking as part of their amendment to enable a development that can meet the intent of zoning, but also be financially viable and attracting a strong and stable mix of businesses for the benefit of the local community. In conclusion, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share my insights, local knowledge, and professional opinion. The Council support the proponent's application for the zoning amendment before you. I'm now available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Members of Council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon as well as your written submission and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much. Good day.
Council, by legislation, it is 3:15. We shall recess for 15 minutes and reconvene at 3:30. Thank you. Council, it's 3:30. Next delegation.
Hello.
It's okay. I'd like to call upon delegation Darren Anaka, Dean Picton, and Derek Picton. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters, City Council, Administration, and fellow delegations. I am speaking on behalf of Dean Picton, Derek Picton, and my name is Darren Anaka. We are here representing our family-owned business in the Acre 21 development. We operate the DQ and the new Starbucks drive-thru. Let it be clear that we are not opposed to commercial development across from Acre 21. However, we are strongly opposed to additional drive-thrus and a strip mall concept. Such a drastic change so early in the development sends a negative message to the business community who will question the validity of rules and policies. We made our investment decision and entered into legally binding agreements 5 years ago. As early investors, we expected it would take time to build our business, and we are fully responsible for this decision. We made our decision based upon information provided to us by the developer, the city, and zoning of surrounding property. We have been following the process of rezoning with significant interest. To date, there has been a conflict between developers. However, as a tenant, we have not been recognized as a stakeholder. Small businesses like ours ultimately pay the property taxes on these properties, and we argue that we are the most important stakeholders when rezoning of commercial lands is considered after the fact. Relative to other DQ locations throughout the city, our business at this DQ is slower than we had forecast. At Starbucks, it is too early to have an opinion. We are not meeting our financial expectations because the Acre 21 development is not a retail destination and serves only the immediate residences of the community. The immediate area does not have enough population yet. Acre 21 is already heavily focused on food service. There are 4 drive-thrus in the Acre 21 development. Incidentally, Grasslands Commercial Development, which serves a larger trade area and is almost 4 times the size as Acre 21, has only 5 drive-thru locations. More drive-thrus in and around Acre 21 are not warranted. We have a commitment in the DQ and are optimistic that long-term there will be residential development to support all businesses. We feel it would be unethical for the city to change the rules now and approve the zoning request. A request for changing the zoning raises a couple of questions. What factors came into the process when the city originally zoned the Chuka property, and what has changed in the community that the city would now consider changing the zoning on this property? In summary, we want to emphasize that this decision before council doesn't affect the developers as much as it affects the tenants who pay the property taxes. A sandbox analogy was referenced in the meeting last week by the Bresciani Group, and we want to emphasize that the Forrester Harvard Group and the Bresciani Group build the sandbox, but it's the tenants that actually play and pay for that sandbox. Lastly, the Chuka property was purchased with the buyers fully aware of the existing zoning. We will ask our questions again. What has changed in the community that the city would now consider changing the zoning on this property? And why would the Bresciani Group purchase the property if they were aware of the existing zoning? Earlier in the year, this council commented regarding a developer who made a request to rezone a Regina property that buyers need to be aware of the rules and regulations when buying a property. We respectfully ask that you defeat this recommendation in front of you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and we are happy to answer any questions regarding our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Anako. I'll give council a moment to see if they have any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Go Riders.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Kevin Reese, representing Carina Developments. Introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of the council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Just to confirm, you can hear me?
We can, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of Regina City Council. My name is Kevin Reese, President of Carina Developments and General Manager for the Greens on Gardner Development. I am calling from Regina. Thank you for allowing me to present to you today. Greens on Gardner Development Corporation owns Parcel P, which has the current DCD CBM zone classification. We are here to support the proposed text amendments to the DCD CBM Chuka Boulevard Mixed Direct Control District Zone. Simply put, the proposed amendments would allow for the building formats to change without adding additional commercial space than what was originally planned for. Secondly, it would allow for drive-through restaurants, but only as a discretionary use. Any application for a drive-through would come before Planning Commission for review and Council for approval. The applicant would still have to satisfy the Planning Commission and Council that they meet the intended requirements of the zone. Through thoughtful design, it is definitely possible to meet those requirements. All we are asking for is the opportunity to present some new ideas for consideration. If Planning Commission and City Council do not like a proposed project, then it is simple. Do not approve them. However, with the changes to the bylaw, without changes to the bylaw, new concepts could never be brought forward for consideration. Opposing views have been presented today. There is a lot of mixed messaging, reports, opinions, lobbying, and discussions which makes it difficult for City Council to make a decision. For example, at Planning Commission, one of the delegates opposing the amendment to the zone indicated that they were going to submit a traffic impact assessment on Monday, November the 8th. At the time of writing this brief, I have no way of knowing that it was actually submitted, but we see that it has been. This is highly irregular. A traffic impact assessment is a complex engineering report that needs a significant amount of time for review and scrutiny by city administration. 2 days is an unreasonably short period of time for city administration to assess the validity of the land use assumptions made in the study and the effect of those assumptions. However, I can state this. On Parcel P, our current plan for the back 2.44 acres is that we will have a land use that is permitted under the existing DCD CBM zone, and it is not commercial and it is not residential. The trips generated from this land use is very low compared to the commercial and high density trips that would be generated. On the front 2 acres of Parcel P, the amount of commercial square footage is no more than was originally planned. A traffic impact assessment will be submitted by the applicant for discretionary use on Parcel P as part of the document package, and it will be submitted with the appropriate amount of time for city administration to review and assess the report. In 2018, the town's concept plan was amended to add 2 acres of commercial along Woodland Grove Drive. In April of this year, Dream had their concept plan amended to eliminate over 8 acres of mixed-use commercial development in their Eastbrook in the Towns development. So, the overall effect of eliminating over 8 acres of commercial in Dream's Eastbrook development in the Towns and the addition of 2 acres of commercial in the Towns is that there is actually over 6 acres less commercial than what had been contemplated and approved for the Green Zone Gardner and the towns. It should also be taken into consideration that Acre 21 is currently constructing multiple residential buildings within Acre 21. The facts are that there is more residential development and therefore more residents to support commercial and less commercial space than originally approved. This is all the more reason to approve the proposed amendment to the bylaw. We believe it is time for the properties along the west side of Chuka Boulevard to develop. Approving these text changes to the zone will provide flexibility for that to happen. We respectfully request that City Council concurs with Administration's recommendation and Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the text amendments to the DCD CBM zone. I would like to thank City Administration for preparing this report. I also thank City Council for allowing me to present today, and I would be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rees. Any members of council have a question for the delegate? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Knowing you've been developing this area for some time, so the original concept with residential over commercial creates a neighborhood, a walkable neighborhood, something a person can meander around. The new concept with straight commercial, would that wreck the intent of the original neighborhood that's being developed already and in process?
Through the chair, no, it would not. There is lots of things that can be done with the design to maintain that neighborhood pedestrian feel. And in fact, the zone that's on there right now requires it to be there. And certainly that will be maintained. There's nothing in this amendment that would change that. And I know that the people working on our parcel that we own, the development that they're proposing is incorporating that. So there's no reason why this wouldn't be maintained.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further questions from council. I thank you very much for both your written submission and your presentation today, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much for your time. Bye now.
I'd like to call upon delegation Rob Bresciani and Josh Bresciani. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, City Councilors, and members of the City Administration. My name is Rob Bresciani, and I am calling in from Phoenix, and I am representing the applicant of the zoning bylaw amendment. As well on the phone, also calling in is Josh Bresciani from Toronto, owner of the property Q. And I would like to start off with just saying, before you today is a zoning amendment proposal for the direct control district, Chuka Boulevard mixed-use zone, also referenced as DCD CBM. I would like to start off by reading for you the intent of the DCD CBM as it is currently in the City of Regina zoning bylaw 2019. The Chuka Boulevard mixed direct control district is intended to accommodate mixed-use development in the Greens on Gardner along Chuka Boulevard, which is a neighborhood artillery street, to ensure, A, that commercial frontage strongly relates to the pedestrian realm, B, overall compatibility of mixed-use development with its surroundings, and C, to build a unique sense of place through building and design. The amendment proposal was finalized after working with the City of Regina administration for approximately 18 months to ensure that the intent of the original zone continues to be met. The 3 listed critical points of the DCD CBM zone have not changed and will for sure be met in the future with the approval of the zoning amendment before you. The amendment specifically includes the following. Number 1, standalone commercial buildings as a permitted use, and 2, drive-throughs would become discretionary uses. It is important to first note that the zone currently permits commercial land uses. The maximum permitted commercial area is not being increased from the original zone on a per lot basis, and the maximum size per tenant is also not being increased. The City of Regina administration, through numerous planning and engineering reviews, would always have accounted for the commercial space on these properties. It has always been there. This would include planning for roadways, including the Chuka Boulevard arterial, as well as for access points to these properties. Again, with the knowledge that commercial land uses were always permitted. What was not permitted was the option for those commercial land uses to stand alone within a mixed-use environment. The requested amendment is very similar from a recent zoning amendment made in April 2021, passed by Council, where the MLM mixed large market zone, which is currently across Chuka Boulevard from the property, amending its requirement for mixed-use buildings to permit standalone residential buildings within commercial development. In the recommendation put forward by City Administration to this change, I quote the following: requiring mixed-use buildings is a barrier to the implementation of encouraging mixed-use environments, especially in urban centers and corridors. The discretionary use application will allow the context to be evaluated to ensure that there is a planned or existing mixed-use environment. That amendment went so far as to permit residential-only buildings in the MLM zone as a discretionary use when no other non-dwelling uses were included in the development. What we are asking for today is for the flexibility to develop mixed-use environments, allowing commercial and residential or other uses to coexist on the same property without forcing the way they are intermingled. As stated in the retail impact summary, the community impact and benefits are the same when evaluating a mixed-use building and a mixed-use environment. The second piece of the amendment is to allow for drive-through land uses as discretionary use. In this recommendation, administration has included additional requirements as part of the mandatory discretionary use review process. A traffic impact analysis will need to be completed for each individual property owner who wishes to make application for a drive-through. The TIA completed will evaluate the exact land use composition of the property, entry and exit points, types of drive-through, stacking, and orientation of the property, as well as many other technical aspects. The discretionary use application process includes a public engagement portion where the community members can put forward their concerns and ensure the necessary due diligence is completed, and then those applications find their way back to yourself, City Council, to vote on the acceptability of the drive-through on these properties. By allowing drive-through as a discretionary use, you are not blanketly permitting them. You are allowing developers and designers to propose an option for your review. The intent of the amended DBM zone is to provide a zone where the commercial frontage strongly relates to the pedestrian realm. There is an overall compatibility of mixed-use development within its surroundings, and to build a unique sense of place through building and design. We would like to thank the City Administration for their work on this file. We support the report put forth by administration, and today we ask for your support and vote to approve this zoning amendment. Either myself or Josh will now be available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bresciani. I see a question from Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I just want to ask a couple questions. I'm not quite clear here. Who is the owner of Parcel Q?
So,
Through the chair, sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair, the owner of the parcel is 102,049,625 Saskatchewan Ltd., which is owned by two local businessmen, Josh Bresciani and Johnny Mamias, a local restaurant entrepreneur in Regina.
Okay, thank you, Rob. And just I know there was a lot of comments going back and forth today. Is there anything that you'd like to touch on that maybe wasn't touched on by previous
Councillor
delegates
Shaw, I'm going
through
to
the
ask
chair?
you to narrow down the
Yeah.
question. We can't use our question period to allow for time beyond the 5 minutes, so narrow your question down, please.
Okay. I just had a concern with one of the developers, with Ron Pfeiffer, saying how all these developments are going to hurt his development and how he has all these contracts and things like that. And I didn't get to question him, but can you add any knowledge that you have of that, of his comments of saying that he's developed all these lands and he sold all these lands? And I don't know, Mayor Masters can really speak on Ron's behalf to the chair.
Through the chair, what I can say is I did read Mr. Pfeiffer's report. He has stated that he is very happy with the current zoning and he is being quite successful. And if he is, we are very happy because we want everybody to be successful. We really feel that this zoning amendment will not hurt Mr. Pfeiffer because if he is successful, it still allows him to develop it the way he wants to and the way he was planning on it. But the nice thing is, if something happens or changes in the future, it will allow him some flexibility as well. He also had mentioned about the drive-through concern right beside his residential. We have been working with city administration on that concern. We've known about it, and we will continue to work on that. We know if at this point we don't have any drive-throughs on our property, but if one did come, we understand that it would either have to be on the south side beside the other commercial development, or we would have to provide an acceptable buffer area between our property and Mr. Pfeiffer's in order for administration to consider that. So we will definitely work with Mr. Pfeiffer on that and his group, and I hope we see on Mr. Pfeiffer's land more than one building, and we hope we see all 11 of them go up, and that we all can work together.
So that's kind of the question I wanted to ask him. So it's not going to change his development if this goes through the chair. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. It will not change his development. They will still be allowed to do it the way they are planning.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Masters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the mayor, Mr. Bresciani, of all of the possible land plots in the city, why is this particular lot selected for development, for purchase?
Well, I think number one, it is a great location. Oh, sorry, through the chair, it is a great location, and basically that's. And I'll let Josh answer this a little bit more, but that's kind of what we specialize in. Would be smaller properties, that we can fix up or redevelop. And we just thought there was a huge opportunity here. I know it's been mentioned that our intent was to buy it for a real cheap price and then flip it for over $1 million, but they did forget to add in the fact that there will be 2 years of carrying costs and 2 years of taxes and undergrounds, as well as fees and applications that will total over $700,000 to get this property ready for sale. So there really isn't a lot of property if we want to try and flip it. But what we do as a company is really make a commitment, and we're in it for the long haul, not the short haul. And maybe if Josh would like to answer a little bit about what they're about, because they're the owners.
Sure.
Just to clarify, if I may, through the chair, is that I'm not trying to question your profit motive or anything. I'm just wondering why, in that particular ward that you would be purchasing. But I guess it's, yeah.
Josh?
Hello. Sorry, I was having some technical difficulties. Would you be able to repeat the question?
I'm just wondering, considering that that ward is represented by your mother, was there any consideration of purchasing in that area and then requesting changes?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor.
Mr. Bresciani, one moment.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that that's a relevant consideration.
Councillor Stadicek, would you like to make the case for why it is relevant?
I am concerned that there may be seen as a perception of bias or interest in this, and so that's why I just would like them to explain why like if they consider that and they rather than going somewhere else in the city.
Through the
one member of council has done so properly. The rest of us are aware of our obligation, and none of us has declared a conflict of interest.
Okay, I'll leave it at that then.
Please disregard the question. Mr. Bresciani.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens.
Great. Thank you. Rob and Josh, I'm going to ask you just to simplify for me why you're looking for this amendment. And to put it another way, let's say this doesn't pass. What's plan B? What makes this amendment so important to the success of the development of this land? And would plan B be economically viable?
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Stevens. Well, I would suggest that it would be a long haul if this doesn't happen. Right now, we have not one group that would be interested at all in either a residential component or a commercial component under the current uses. It just doesn't work, especially in a suburban setting. I think people like the idea of mixed environment where there is a mix of different types of uses on the same property, and the fact that it's walkable and it's pedestrian friendly, they like that idea. But the fact of not being able to control who is below you or above you, and just different things that are there, we have not had one person at all interested. With the zoning bylaw amendments that would allow us to develop this still with the original intent, we have probably 7 or 8 letters of intent already of people that would want to be there, and also people that are looking to develop a residential component too, because once again the location is very, very well. It's in the heart of the community, and the nice thing about it is we will be focusing the majority of the focus of what we do is really for the local ownership, the mom and pa's, the Regina-based businesses, not necessarily the nationals or the franchise. So I just think it would really, really. I think you've seen it. It's been 8 years, and the land is all the land there that's owned that way is basically vacant.
Okay. Well, final question. Just to be clear, then, you did your homework. You conducted your own economic assessment. You fielded an interest from commercial enterprises, and this application reflects what the market, what the community, and what the economic circumstance is actually asking for. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct. We did check with the market. We went into the community. We're following on Facebook, all the stuff, and there is a huge appetite in this area for more services. There's a huge appetite for local. People want to support local, and there's a huge appetite for more services, and the business community want to step up.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing today. In reading the report, I noticed this property changed hands recently. How long have you been in control of this property? or your group that you represent?
I believe this group, through the chair, I believe this group bought it either December or almost a year. So been in control of it for almost a year now.
Okay, thank you for that. And since then, that's when you've been trying to get this change made to the plan, correct? 18 months?
We've been working on this for at least 18 months with the city administration. We approached city administration on the possibility of this. We first, we had the option of rezoning it completely to commercial, or we felt what was more important was to keep the original intent of what was trying to be achieved through this, understanding that the glitch in it was the up and down development. But we felt that if we worked with the city administration, we could come up with a plan that would work to really achieve what the city was trying to achieve in the first place. And so before we even bought it, we started working with it. And of course, by the time you buy it, and it was in the court, so it took a while for it to go through until we actually bought it.
Okay, so you kind of anticipated what was going on, started looking at the repercussions of changing, and worked through it as you picked up the purchase. Thanks. I was just trying to confirm how this came about and what was going on. Appreciate your appearing today.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and your written submission, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
We'll now consider CR 21-153 zoning bylaw amendment. All properties zoned as DCD CBM, Chuka Boulevard Mixed Direct Control District Zone. Councillor Fundura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-153, zoning bylaw amendments. All properties zoned at DCD CBM, Chuka Boulevard Mixed District Control Direct Control District Zone. The City Council approved the proposed text amendments to the DCD CBM to allow for A, drive-through as a discretionary use, B, standalone commercial development along the Chuka Boulevard. Master, can I get a seconder?
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, so September 8th, the Planning Commission, the Commission tabled the report and asked for an updated retail impact study assessment to come back in the Q4 of 2021. So here we are today. November 3rd of a RPC meeting, the report came back, and the committee looked at retail impacts assessment from FBM. And also on November 3rd, RPC received small summary from the MXD retail impact study, not the detail proposed that we see today from the 2015 retail impact retail market study. So the Planning Commission saw a small, little bit of a take from the larger report that we saw late, and so Planning Commission discussed the FBM report with the late submission from the other report. And so for that, Planning Commission committee voted 9-1. So to say, Planning Commission voted 9-1 to approve the recommendation. Mayor Masters, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Just trying to turn it over to council questions. I'm going to ask administration to speak to the report. Ms. Harlick.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So as you've heard, the applicant is proposing to amend the zoning bylaw regulations for the property in the DCD CBM zone to allow for drive-throughs as a discretionary use and standalone commercial development along Chuka Boulevard interface, and other small housekeeping amendments to clarify and simplify the existing development. So this zoning is only applied to 4 properties within the Greens on Gardner along West Chuka Boulevard to the west of Acre 21 development. So just as a background, this zone was actually approved prior to Acre 21. It was approved in 2020 or 2013 to create the unique pedestrian-oriented mixed-use environment in this area. So the zone standards are very specific and design-orientated, unlike a conventional zone, which is just more flexible in nature generally. So the zone does require mixed-use buildings to front Chuka Boulevard and a public sidewalk plaza landscaping features to create a unique and active pedestrian realm that connects Green Apple Drive to the north and Green Falls Drive to the south. So when we looked at this request from the applicant to make an amendment to the policies, we concluded that the amendment would still continue to provide uses that meet a mix of daily lifestyle needs. However, the built form of those buildings are proposed to look and function differently than what was originally proposed. But the proposal would consider commercial-only buildings to front Chuka, and other uses such as residential, public uses, and community centers or religious institutions would be located behind those commercial buildings. And so that ensures the development contributes to that better neighborhood experience. And it would continue to ensure that there's a safe pedestrian access into the site. So the requirements would be no different than what the zoning requires now, because there is no pedestrian like city sidewalk on that side. And so the requirement is that they would have to provide the pedestrian connectivity through the site, and that's in the report. And so that will still be maintained and make that multi-use connection to Arcola, because the existing building on the corner already has the multi-use trail. And then potential impacts of a drive-through restaurant would be determined through a discretionary use process. And that would require a transportation impact assessment to be able to determine whether or not it can still work on that site. And that's why it's discretionary, so that we could look at each application on its own merits. So we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Harlequin. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I'd be interested to know, through the chair, I'd be interested to know in the discretionary permit for a drive-through, what would trigger a failure of that permit? I just think right now I see drive-throughs leading traffic all the way out to some of the busiest streets in Regina. I've heard many complaints about the traffic on Chuka. Not living in the area, I have to take those secondhand reports as true. So how would this look 6 months from now or a year from now with a permit like that? Through the chair.
For you, Mayor Masters. So it's definitely something, because the drive-through is an intensity of use. Right now, the Southeast Neighborhood Plan does anticipate that that section of Chuka would have a build-out of approximately 15,000 vehicles per day. So once we got the TIA, we would analyze that against what the original build-out of the road would be, and then look at whether or not there's other ways to accommodate, or what recommendations would be in the TIA to be able to address the concerns, because we would have the same concerns with respect to the functionality of Chuka Boulevard, as well as, and as Mr. Bresciani said, making sure that any interface between the adjacent properties are addressed with respect to nuisances and those sorts of things. So we would take that into consideration. I'm not sure if Ms. Dawson wants to add anything else with respect to the evaluation of the TIA.
Through the chair, I would add a couple of things. In the proposed zoning amendment, we do have included that we would be looking at if the drive-through aisle access would be in conflict with the pedestrian sidewalk. And we would also be looking to see if the drive-through queue space is buffered or oriented to protect the existing or planned residential development on the site. So there would be those additional things that we would be looking at in addition to the TIA.
Thank you. As part of that TIA, would there be any consideration given to pulling traffic into the area? I've heard many reports back about the busyness of this area, as well as the bypass and the effects. Would there be any conflict or traffic impediments because of that? Do you anticipate?
So the TIA would look at that type of use and the traffic that it would generate to make recommendations with respect to that impact for that type of use.
Through the chair, would it be advisable to do the TIA before this type of decision, or do you think as administration it's okay to go ahead with this and kind of fill in those blanks later?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we are recommending that you go forward with the DCD recommendations for changes, and each of those applications, when they come in, we will evaluate them on their own merits and ask for that information at that time.
Okay. Through the chair, listening to some of the delegations speak about the area and what was planned for the mixed residential commercial, changing it at this point with 4 properties set aside for this nature of planning from back in 2013, is this something commonly done when in planning, where we kind of change flavors for what we're doing for neighborhoods when we kind of set it aside as distinct? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, we take into consideration amendments, like applications come in, and we evaluate them, looking at changes to societal needs, what's happening in the market, the needs, and then the impacts. So we take all of that into consideration when we evaluate applications that come in.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, Mayor Masters, what if the development would remain the same, like as originally planned, versus the amendment? How would that affect the amount of property taxes generated by that land? Do you have a sense of that? Is that something that's taken into consideration?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we look at land use specifically, not property taxes. We're looking at the uses and whether or not they're compatible from that perspective. So we have not done a tax analysis of the difference, and it also depends on what gets built and the assessment.
And just a final question is, at what point, because we've heard from a lot of, other developers and businesses, but at what point would residents be consulted? Would it be once an actual development goes forward?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So there was consultation with this application, as you've heard and we've seen, and then as discretionary use applications come in, then we would do our process for notification and consultation. So the application for the Tim Hortons, as you heard, it's in process right now, and that'll all be taken into consideration, and the requirements of a TIA and then the evaluation, and then most likely that application would come to Planning Commission and ultimately Council for a decision.
Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. So my first question is about active transportation options along Chuka Boulevard. I've looked at the map, the report, as well as some of the delegate submissions. How accessible is, I guess, the west side of the street when it comes to where you can walk or ride a bike?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So right now the pathway just ends at Green Falls with the existing development that's there. As the DCD CBM zone on page 6 of your report, it shows that the interface would be required to have the public sidewalk on the west side that connects all the way from the Green Falls all the way up to Green Apple Drive through the sites, and then they're required to have proper landscaping, making sure it meets that pedestrian realm and the connectivity that we want to see within this area, and then there's a picture of that. So right now there is no sidewalks from a municipal standpoint. This was how we were connecting that side. Was through this specific zoning.
If I could, through the chair, follow up. The intention then is that active transportation would weave in and out of this development, not just along Chuka Boulevard, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So it's, as you can see from the drawing, it's kind of intended that it's supposed to be sort of in front, going along those buildings. So depending on, when we're working with the developer or the applicant, there might be some deviation, but the idea is that It is just to provide that connectivity through, and it is maintained by the landowners, but we want to make sure that we have proper connectivity. And as Ms. Dawson said, any application, we don't want to see that being cut off by traffic and those sorts of things. So the design will have to be taking all of that into consideration.
Thank you. Through the chair, when you conduct a traffic impact assessment, to what extent is pedestrian and cycling mobility considered in that evaluation?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Dawson to go through the requirements of the assessment of the TIA.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Zazada to go through those, as he has more expertise in that area.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. We would look at overall trips generated by the development. Of course, given the area, it's predominantly vehicles. However, within the TIA, we do ask for them to identify potential active transportation nodes that would service their development and go through their development. And then specifically with this proposed development, we would be looking at the pedestrian connectivity that was proposed as part of the zoning.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up to that, along Chuka Boulevard, I'll reluctantly call it a bike lane. And I only raise this because it's been acknowledged by several of the delegates and the harm that could be committed should this development go through. It's a painted line on an otherwise busy street. We understand that levels of protection should be sensitive to the scope of traffic on the roadway. Would this roadway, given its use now or proposed use, merit dedicated bike lanes or a widening of the existing bike lane infrastructure?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Zazada to comment on that.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. That is something that we would look at as part of the proposed TIA in terms of whether or not that's suitable. At the time of construction of Chuka Boulevard, the bike lane that was proposed did meet standard, and nothing's changed as far as that portion goes through. With this proposed development, there is the opportunity for further driveway accesses along Chuka Boulevard. However, we do not have information at this time as to the number or location of those accesses, so that would be probably considered more in the discretionary use application.
Okay. Could I then get a commitment, perhaps it's required as an undertaking, that will be assessed and have a standalone section in any kind of forthcoming reports? I'm concerned that the actual active transportation options presented here are not adequate and perhaps dated. We're seeing changes that are going to come about through this development. Can we see that in future applications to ensure that that specific expectation is met by the developer when it comes ahead?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we can undertake that within the reports under the transportation analysis will include that.
My second ask as an undertaking, and this is a bigger project, but I'd like to be thought about, is that when we build these kind of roads, you just build a dedicated bike lane. Not afterwards, not an afterthought, much like what we're seeing on Pasqua. All it is a longer road. Is that something you're able to undertake and just bolt into the decision-making when we're thinking about this kind of infrastructure?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we do take that into consideration. We have our transportation master plan, and so our active transportation has that, and working with Mr. Onwright's area when we're doing rebuilds, we always take that into consideration when we can put that into a project. And as well, we take it into consideration when we're looking at overall new developments and their development of the park system, the trail system, all of that comes into play. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm torn on this one, so I have some basic planning questions, maybe for you, Ms. Harla. The first is, I heard several people who own land on the other side of the road essentially say, we bought the land thinking the property across the road would remain zoned in this way and wouldn't compete with us as much as is suggested here, and that it's unfair to change the rules partway through. Can you just talk me through some some of when it's appropriate for a city to change zoning rules partway through a development, and your thoughts on whether there's any unfairness in that.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So yes, we put in our zoning and our concept plans, and we go through that to establish a plan. But through time, things change, trends change, and regulation and policy factors sometimes come into play. And so it's our job to, when applicants come forward, to do those analysis. So it's not uncommon that you'll see changes on concept plans or neighborhood plans that take place over time, because it does take a long time for these areas to build out, and things change. So that's part of our process, is to do those evaluations. So it's not guaranteed that when you have a neighborhood plan that it'll never change. We get many applications that come in because sometimes market changes or housing types change and those sorts of things. So we have to be nimble and flexible to look at those changing factors and do the analysis and make the recommendations.
Thank you. And I guess a follow-up, I thought I heard the person who runs the Dairy Queen saying, we came in as an early investor and sort of we trusted the regulatory framework would be stable, and now it's not. I guess my follow-up question is, do we create uncertainty for early stage investors in developments by changing zoning rules later on? Or alternatively, do we make it much more attractive to only invest on the back end once they see the built form? Is there some investment risk for us in that practice?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it's a good question with respect to certainties. I think in this case, we didn't look at rezoning it to the exact same. We're trying to keep the intent of the zone, as I indicated at the beginning, the same. So it's just the form at this point, and the amount of commercial is, based on the preliminary plans, is actually less than what they could have built with the actual current zoning. And so we did take that into consideration when we were looking at, they're offering one form, this is offering another, but we were looking at keeping that general intent the same with the zoning.
Thank you. It's, let's take the situation of the Dairy Queen franchise. If they're an early investor, and are they told, or do you take it they're on fair notice that the zoning across the street might change at some point? Like, do we say that explicitly, or that's just sort of commercial knowledge folks would be expected to have?
Through you, Mayor Masters, well, we don't know until we have an application whether or not the zoning is going to change. So at that time, they may have bought and saw the DCD and the regulations, but we do go through our planning process, which is notification, and they provide us comments, and we take that all into consideration as we're looking at this. No, they could have come in and asked for that zoning, but we don't proactively say that zoning might change, because it is something that is not stagnant. As I said, zoning changes as time goes on as well. We just redid our zoning bylaw, so that's another thing. We had a 25-year plan, and now we've updated it. So it isn't ever just stagnant forever.
Thank you. And then sort of on the opposite side through you, Mayor Masters, is, let's say a buyer in this case, the applicant corporation. We often hear arguments that if you bought the land zoned a particular way, it's unreasonable for you to then later apply for rezoning and say it's not economically feasible because you should have done the business case on the assumption that the zoning will remain. So I guess the general question to you is, do we occasionally have conversations with prospective buyers of land to talk about if they bought it, what rezoning might look like, and so on? And did that happen here?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we do often have conversations and have ongoing we call it pre-application meetings, so that the prospective buyers understand what the zoning is, and we have a discussion about it. As Mr. Bershiani said, there was discussions before, like the application was actually submitted in May of this year, like the formal application, but there was discussions before that talking about the zoning, talking about what they wanted to do on the parcel. And as Mr. Bershiani said, there was at the beginning they thought, oh, well, we'll just do it to MLM. which is the zoning across the street. And he said, well, that really wasn't the intent of the area. It causes other issues. And so it's a conversation and, for lack of a negotiation, going back and forth, talking about, well, what is it that you want to do? What do you want to achieve? And what's the intent of the zone? And how do we find a solution here? And the solution that we found that was reasonable and met our planning principles and our evaluation is to keep the intent of the DCD zone with these amendments, which kept the amounts of commercial pretty much the same, other than whether it be vertical or horizontal, vertical to horizontal, but also keeping all of those elements that we wanted to see that was very different in the DCD zone versus the MLM across the street.
Thank you. And then final question, just getting at this fairness piece, is I understand there can be pre-application consultation or whatever the word was, but am I right in understanding that admin would say to a prospective buyer, we may be willing to recommend the zoning change, but it's up to council, and you should buy it with the knowledge that it might remain as it's zoned currently? Is that fair to say?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's absolutely right. It's always known that any amendments, we do our evaluation and we make a recommendation, but at the end of the day, it's council's decision whether or not you're going to ultimately rezone. We're just making our best recommendation to council.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Shaw.
That's fine. Councillor LeBlanc has asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. He also asked one of mine, so thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Ms. Harlick, when we set this the mixed use identified in the district intent, you said it didn't, the district intent of the neighborhood plan didn't specify nature of vertical or horizontal, but that based upon specific and design orientated planning, you set it as vertical. What were we trying to achieve?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we were trying to achieve a mixed-use development within this zone. So originally it is vertical, up and down, and that's how the zone is set up. But when we did our analysis on this, we still believe that it can achieve that idea of a mixed-use site.
Did we have the thought that it could be horizontal at the outset back in 2013, if I've heard your year correctly?
Through you, Mayor Masters, no, we saw it as a vertical. That's how it was set up, and so that's why the zone was set up the way it is. And over time, it's been 9 years, and upon evaluation, it was deemed that we could make these amendments to still achieve the outcomes that we were trying to achieve for these sites.
I'm going to try one more time here, Ms. Hardick.
Sorry.
We specifically and intentionally made it vertical.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, sorry. I think the intent, I might ask Mr. Amario to add to this at the time, but I think at the time we thought the vertical, that's what we were seeing in terms of what we were hearing from other cities, those sorts of things. That was a standard type of development, and so that was where we saw that we would start to see the vertical development, and that's the history of why we wanted that type of development. And the vertical development that we see in the city is very limited at this point. We have Canterbury has vertical. We have a new mixed-use vertical on Ellenstone and 13, and then we have one vertical mixed-use building in Harbor Landing. I might be missing one, but
thank you. No need to apologize. I just suspect the query was inappropriate. So my second question is, within one of the delegates, MXD, the Southeast Regional Retail Impact Analysis for Acre 21, there's a note that says, considerable efforts were made in 2015 by the city and all property owners within Southeast Regina to establish a retail framework within this trade area, including the subject zoning amendment properties. Would it be normal that we would set zoning with all existing property owners?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we work with the property owners to develop the neighborhood plan, and we, so yes, it is typical that we would have those conversations.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and ask you, do you recall who was present?
At the time of the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, it was all the landowners that would have been there. So Harvard would have been there, Dream, Mr. Kevin Reese. So all of the landowners in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan would have been invited to those conversations.
Thank you. In terms of the concerns relative to roadway design, I just ask that you speak to fundamentally in terms of, I've heard today that Chuka is an artery, is not an artery. Can you clear up roadway design? And Mr. Onright, this may even be for you.
Oh. Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. Zazada to go through this road and how it was designed. Pardon me? Oh.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Chuka Boulevard is designed as an arterial roadway. That is a classification of roadway that is intended to handle higher traffic volumes. It is intended to, of course, have commercial fronting it. It generally will have fewer accesses and as opposed to, say, a local road, but it is indeed an arterial roadway.
Thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate that. There's another mention in a different retail analysis talking about the Dream recently sought to reduce their commercial floor space in the southeast. So in terms of the overall retail impact based upon the 2013 or 2015, we talk about property owners coming together, do we have more or less commercial area available for development than we did in 2015?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Dawson to talk about the amount of commercial floor space that we've calculated that has been approved and built, what has been approved and not built, and the changes that were made to the whole area with respect to shifting of commercial areas.
Thank you. Through Mayor Masters, I think you're referring to in a statement that says something about the 2015 Southeast Regina Retail Market Assessment and the projections and what that looks like. Based on the amount of retail space that we understand has been developed, we're about right on par with what was forecasted for 2021. There was forecasted to be about 388,000 square feet, and we have approximately calculation of approximately 390,000 square feet of retail space with an additional 10,000 plus square feet of retail space that was approved through discretionary use. So we are on the projection that we anticipated through the 2015 study.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Could I just ask, you said that we approved an additional 10,000 square feet of retail space on a discretionary use. Can you remind me what it was that we approved?
I might ask Mr. Mario to help me out with that. He will have the history that would be able to provide you some more information on that analysis.
Yeah, through the chair, the number was actually 100,000 square feet, and it was a discretionary use application for a parcel in Aurora, and that's not built yet, but it was approved by development permit, so that's what that references to.
And the applicant was?
Through the chair, the applicant would have been the, I believe, the Aurora Retail Corporation, the developers of that commercial area.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll ask Councillor Bandura if he would like to close off debate. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the vote is carried 9-1. Those in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Shaw, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, LeBlanc, Mole, and Zakidniak, as well as yourself. Councillor Stadnichuk voted against it, and Councillor Brashiani is absent from the vote owing to her stated conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have a communication CR 21-154 from Omar Khan, representing High Tide Inc. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communication CP 21-33? It's a receiving. She's been texted. She's coming. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll give Councillor Bresciani a moment before we call the next delegations. We've been advised to begin without Councillor Bresciani. I'd like to call upon Delegation Carrie Mitchell and John Thomas, representing Farm Jane Cannabis Co. Please introduce yourself for the record, state the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is John Thomas. I'm from Regina, and I'm representing Farmer Jane Cannabis Co. And thank you for allowing me to speak. Our group has opened and operated 22 retail cannabis stores in 4 provinces and 13 municipalities. We're very familiar with the cannabis zoning process and have been involved in municipal consultations pre- and post-legalization. We're also from Regina, active in the community, and want the best for our city. We applaud the city for the updated changes after the school board's comments, as we feel they address some of our initial concerns. However, this report has numerous mistakes in it. We're frustrated with pointing out factual mistakes during the process and being ignored. Some of these issues aren't opinions, they're facts. The 2 main ones are the inaccuracies regarding Saskatoon and Winnipeg, markets which Farmer Jane has a combined 8 stores in. For Saskatoon, the report repeatedly implies or states that we will be moving to a zoning system comparable to Saskatoon. Repeatedly, it proposes decreasing the separation distance to 60 meters from sensitive land uses, which is the same as Saskatoon. The zoning amendment proposed is very different than Saskatoon's, not because of separation distance, but the zones allowed. Saskatoon has a number of commercial districts. It does not allow cannabis in B1 and B2 zoning. B1 is neighborhood commercial district. B2 is district commercial district. Its purpose, according to the City of Saskatoon zoning bylaw, is to provide an intermediate range of commercial uses to serve the needs of 2 to 5 neighborhoods. Clearly, Saskatoon doesn't allow cannabis into neighborhoods. It doesn't even allow it in B2, which is commercial to serve 2 to 5 neighborhoods. That's the actual reason why they went with a small separation distance of 60 meters. It rarely comes into play as there aren't a lot of sensitive uses on 8th Street, downtown, Circle Drive, etc. This is a very large difference from Regina, even with ML being updated to being discretionary. B1 and B2 in Saskatoon appear to be similar to ML and MH in Regina. Regarding Winnipeg, the Winnipeg situation is not at all as presented in this report. We provided the city their actual details this summer, as well as a letter from the City of Winnipeg, and are frustrated to see that it's still being misrepresented. Winnipeg has their bylaws by a mistake and aren't happy with them. I don't have the time to speak on this topic more, but please ask me questions afterwards if you feel this is required. At a previous planning committee, a question came up about 60 meters between sensitive uses seeming to be on the low side compared to other cities. The planning committee was provided incorrect information. It was provided that 60 meters would still ensure that you wouldn't have the use on the same block or adjacent, referring to sensitive uses. This is not true due to how Regina measures the separation distance. Regina's bylaws related to cannabis stores are as follows. The measurement is taken as a straight line measured from the nearest portion of the proposed unit or building of the retail cannabis trade to the nearest portion of the lot of the use that it must be separated from. This means that depending on how the cannabis store sits on the lot, the width of the street, and the size of the parking lot, there are numerous examples of where cannabis stores will be allowed directly across the street from sensitive uses. Please remember how little 60 meters is. There are many examples of this situation that are the ML zoning that is now proposed as a discretionary use, but there are also examples other than ML. Two examples of sensitive uses that could potentially have stores directly across the street are the Northwest Leisure Center and the Sandra Schmerler Leisure Center and Sunrise Library Branch. There are others. It seems strange that the city would go through the process of establishing certain businesses as sensitive uses and then create a system where cannabis stores are directly across the street from these sensitive uses. I don't think Regina realizes they're going to be a significant outlier in allowing cannabis stores into neighborhoods, and I'm surprised this is not discussed in the report. It was also said in the planning committee that the bylaws have been in place for 3 years and that we need to be proactive and less conservative. This is not true. These bylaws were put into place last fall. We currently have 16 stores, and there's 12 more stores in the city's development list. That gets us to 28 stores. We recommend not voting in favor of these bylaws amendments. Instead, allow retailers to catch up to the bylaws you implemented last fall. You cannot easily reverse the decision to have stores in neighborhoods and having clusters of stores in our community. If you want to change bylaws, we recommend using Saskatoon's bylaws. The ones you're looking at today are not the same. Saskatoon does not allow cannabis stores in neighborhoods. You're focused on separation distances, but Saskatoon doesn't allow cannabis stores in neighborhood commercial zones, an extremely large difference. If you care about this topic, please ask me questions. We know these other cities very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have some councillors who care very much. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. First question, being part of the cannabis retail establishment, when this was first legalized in Canada, there was a lot of worry about the outcomes from people using cannabis, strain on police forces, crime associated with it. Has any of that come to be true? Through the chair.
Through the chair, strain on police force, I don't believe so. We have recently, there was a recent armed crime at one of our Regina locations in the last 2 or 3 weeks. That was related to the proof of vaccine mandate, which is kind of a different topic altogether.
Thank you. But through the chair, no crime associated with the startup of this new economic driver, the business that you're a part of, correct? It's been a boon for Canada overall, tax revenues, new growth in retail, a pretty positive thing. Would that be correct in stating?
When managed appropriately, yes.
Thank you. I notice close to my ward, there's a school, and directly across the street from the school, there's a neighborhood pub with no minors allowed within steering view. Are you suggesting that cannabis is more dangerous or a worse substance than alcohol, or we should treat the two differently, or should they be treated much the same? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is that the city of Regina is establishing 60 meters as a separation distance from these sensitive uses. If the city doesn't, feel that that's warranted, that's the city's right and obligation. I'm just pointing out, the poor comparison between Saskatoon and Winnipeg, and then the discrepancies between establishing the 60-meter buffer with the intent to be not across the street from these sensitive uses, which is inaccurate. If the city didn't want any separation distance between sensitive uses, I think that's a different discussion.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just thought I'd ask a couple questions about the industry. Have a good day.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I have some questions about your claims surrounding sensitive areas and cannabis in neighborhoods. I'll use an example. I can go down to Dandy's. I can get some ice cream with my kids. I can go get a pizza. I can pop in next door to weed. I can buy gummies, CBD, whatever. Put the kids in the car. Can you walk me through the harm that's committed to my children viewing me going into a legal establishment next to an ice cream parlor versus it being down the street from a school?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the purpose of our discussion was to what I'm saying is I would just want Regina to recognize that you're not going with the Saskatoon model. You know, the store you're talking about is on Albert Street, which is a very commercial strip. I think, you know, when we talk about neighborhoods, if I talk about you know, somewhere that you know, a neighborhood strip mall in surrounded by a number of schools where children ride their bikes to, you know, it's as stated earlier, it's Regina's decision to decide if that's what the city wants. But as stated, my objection is to stating we're going with the Saskatoon zoning bylaw. That's very different than Saskatoon.
Thank you. I guess I'm trying to get to the rationale here. I'll ask another question. Would it be fair to say that your biggest concern is allowing more competition and not necessarily the alleged harm that might be committed based on the situation of cannabis retailers?
I don't think so. We welcome competition. So I apologize as I don't remember who was on council last year. We spoke last summer when Regina was putting a moratorium in place for 6 stores, and we said that's not right. You know, to properly disrupt the illicit market, Regina needs about 1 store for every 10,000 people, which is around range of around 24 stores. So we'd welcome a properly saturated Regina. We weren't the ones who defined the sensitive uses. That would be the city. We're pointing out the inconsistencies in how they're applying that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanichuk.
Through the mayor, question regarding, you say that you're locally owned, and I just want to get a sense of the market. If there, you have 3 stores in Regina, and there are 8. You have 8. So are you locally owned in the sense of a franchise that you have your franchisee, or you are locally owned company that just happens to have a lot of locations in the city and the province?
Yeah, we have Farmer Jane has 11 stores. 5 are in Winnipeg, 3 in Regina, 3 in Saskatoon. We're headquartered out of Path Cowork on Victoria and Broad. Our owners are from Regina. I'm sitting from a Regina basement here tonight as one of the owners. We have members who have previously owned the Regina Economic Development Committee. We're definitely Regina owned and operated, but we are one of the larger. We would be the largest retailer headquartered in Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, if there's a concern about going beyond the 1 store per 10,000 people, is it? So even though you have a number of stores, I guess I'm just trying to understand, because you would be part of the market. Okay, let me try to reword this. I'm trying to understand the concern about the store per 10,000 people, because that's actual locations, not necessarily companies that are operating, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So
that number comes from, industry experts have agreed that that's a saturated mature market. 10,000 people in a location can support one store, is where that number comes from.
okay. And is there any concern through the chair? Is there any concern of larger chain-like companies in this area that might, that have maybe ability to squeeze out smaller, locally owned companies? Is that part of the concern, or is it just a concern that there's just too many in the market?
That wouldn't be my concern, as we welcome competition, but everyone's welcome to read the articles coming out of Ontario with heavily oversaturated stores, and it's been shown, and it's in the news frequently, but it's been shown not to benefit either the cannabis industry or the communities where it's occurring.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, as well as your written submission, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item CR 21-154, cannabis retail zoning amendments. Councillor Fundora, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Okay, Mayor Masters, thank you. I bring report CR 21-154, which is cannabis retail zoning amendment. The City Council approved the proposed amendment to Regina zoning bylaw 2019-19 as outlined in the revised Appendix A to supplemental report RPC 2164, which will result in reducing the restriction applicable to the cannabis retail developments within the city, accepting those amendments proposed in institution education where 182.88 meters will remain the separation distance for the establishment of retail trade cannabis. Can I get a second there, please?
Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. At the RPC, the public school board was left off the original consultation and was notified of the changes 2 days before the October 6th, 2021 RPC meeting. Hence, October 6th RPC tabled report RPC 2160 to November 3rd to allow for administration to consult with Regina Public School on the proposed amendments. Therefore, at the November 3rd, both the public and separate school came back with agreeing to the recommendation to stay with 182.88 meter distance from the school institutions and parks adjacent to schools. Mayor Masters, Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fundora. I think I will ask administration to provide a little bit of background on the report.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. So just to give some background, in 2018, we were preparing for the legalization of cannabis. The city approved the zoning regulations identifying where cannabis stores could be located, and a follow-up report was provided to City Council in June of 2021, which summarized the impacts of legalization, including financial impact on the community, impact on the community safety, and impact on the black market. So at the June 2021 meeting, the administration committed to coming back with a fulsome report specific to address zoning, and that considers stakeholder and community input related to the implications of the reciprocal separation distance, as well as analysis of regulatory options. We had a lot of concerns with that reciprocal issue, and at your meeting on August 11th, City Council unanimously passed a motion to amend the zoning to remove that reciprocal separation distance from the proposed sensitive uses such as schools, parks, daycares, community centers, libraries, rinks, and established cannabis stores. So we've been consulting and reached out to more than 100 identified stakeholders, including cannabis retailers and those applying for permits, community associations, school divisions, provincial stakeholders, and organizations who requested to be part of our consultation to seek feedback on our regulatory requirements and options. And that's summarized in the report. So the proposed amendments that we're bringing before you today are to increase the number of zones that permit cannabis retail stores from 6 to 13 zones, and that's consistent with the zoning bylaw permits for general retail, including liquor stores. Reducing the required separation distance of proposed stores to sensitive land uses from 182.88 meters to 60 meters, with the exception of schools and adjoining parks based on the feedback we received from the school divisions. And a 60-meter separation distance will ensure that cannabis stores are not located on the same block or directly across a local street from another cannabis store or sensitive land use. But we are adding a provision that's recommended that will allow the city to use its discretion when a proposed cannabis store is less than that 60 meters from another cannabis store or sensitive use through the discretionary use tool that takes into consider the location, the visibility of the proposed store to the nearby sensitive uses. And then other small housekeeping amendments like consolidating the cannabis regulations into chapter 1 of the bylaw to reduce redundant text, etc. So we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have with regards to these recommendations.
Thank you, Ms. Harlech. Any questions from council? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I just want to be clear that initially it was a 60-meter separation zone. There were no, there was a 60-meter separation zone. There were still sensitive land uses. And that based on responses from the schools, Planning Commission went to 180 some meters. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. We were at 182.88. We were recommending 60, and we did miss, as indicated by Councillor Findura, circulation to the public school board. So we did go back, have a conversation, and at that time, the Catholic School Board came back again, and they concurred with the public that they would rather keep the 182.88 and don't want to see the 60.
As a follow-up, did either of those school boards summon any evidence at all that this was going to be a harm? And secondly, do they have any authority to really comment on, is this really where kids are buying drugs?
Through you, Mayor Masters, they are a partner and a stakeholder, and I might ask Ms. Dawson to go through the feedback. She might defer it to Mr. Kocher, but on the feedback that was given by the schools boards.
Thank you. As a matter of procedure, if I were to just vote against this with the intention of going back to administration's initial response, would that be adequate, or should I put forward an amendment that would bring us back to the initial recommendation put forward by administration?
Yeah, I think Mr. City Clerk is recommending that you go back to the original recommendation.
So I amend to go back. I'll put forward an amendment in that case. And I'll ask administration if this is actually where it should go, and that is that align the institution education separation distances and discretionary use requirement with other land uses. I'm not sure if that's the best language, but the intention is we just go back to administration's original recommendation for the 60-meter buffer zones.
Go ahead, Ms. Harlech.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So if I could just elaborate. So we didn't get comments, as we said, from the public. And had we had those conversations originally, we probably would have recommended that we keep the distance for now, at least, based on that information. So the original 60-meter just didn't have those comments in it, or pardon me, for our analysis. So yeah, you would have to go back. You would just take out, I believe I'd ask, oh, Ms. Willoughby's gone, or maybe Mr. Weary could explain what the exact wording would have to be if you do want to go back to the 60. I just wanted to clarify that we probably would have recommended it had we had that full comfort. consultation.
Mr. Worry?
Mayor Masters, I might need a second just to review to Your Worship, Mayor Masters, my apologies for the delay. My recommendation here would, going back to the original recommendation from Planning Commission, if you followed that wording, that should be sufficient for providing directions to the legal department to bring forward the appropriate bylaw change.
What Byron said. I'll just
Mr. Worry, you may need to repeat that.
Sorry, was I mumbling? Yes, Mayor Masters, if the amendment is to substitute the direction from the original council recommendation, the recommendation here would be to just follow that wording, and then we will bring forward the bylaw changes based on that instruction. So that's all that needs to be put in the wording for the proposed amendment here from Councillor Stevens.
Okay.
I'm just having trouble locating that. Sorry, the administration's recommendation to Planning Commission.
The RPC 21-60?
Yes.
Yeah. The amendment requires a seconder. Councillor LeBlanc.
Is there a seconder? Okay, Councillor LeBlanc. If I could, just a couple of points. I think we really need to get past the stigma of cannabis. That was the whole intent of legalization. Kids can water their parents' plants in the backyard. They can go get ice cream next to a dispensary. There can be bars across the street from schools. There can be vape shops. Kids can go hang out in pill country. I would argue that this is still a remnant of an ill-conceived notion of reefer madness, and that there would be harm associated with the presence of a dispensary that is not legally even allowed to advertise anything. You cannot even go inside a dispensary without demonstrating that you are 19. I can take my kids throughout the liquor store. We can build a Sobeys liquor store across the street from a community association that holds Narcotics and Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. I'm not advancing this out of spite. I would argue that the entire intention of legalization and this kind of model was meant to displace the harmful elements of a black market. And I think what it's really driving at, and what we've heard today, in fact, I think it's been a theme at council, is that private enterprise, when given the chance, reverts to a monopoly tendency and wants to restrict competition. I've seen a lot of it today, and that's what I've heard. Do I want a pot shop on every corner? No. Will this allow this? Absolutely not. But I think it was made clear from legalization that this approach is superior to doing what some of us did when we were 16, which is go down the arcade and buy whatever, and there you go. And I know I'm kind of being glib about it, but it's serious. This is actually the best way to deal with a controlled substance. And I would argue that the school board's kind of acted without consultation, interest in the kids. I still think it's a legacy of a bygone era in our attitude towards cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, how were the school boards, how did they engage? How did they come up with that recommendation through the chair? Do we know what they did?
Through you, Mayor Masters. I'll ask Ms. Dawson to talk about the consultation and the responses that we received from the school board specifically.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. When we received the comments from the school board after the review of the proposed 60 meters, their comments related to the potential social health and safety impacts of the changes and the impacts to the schools in Regina. And really what they're asking through their letter is for us to do more consultation and to do more research into adjusting any of the separation distance. So they've asked to keep it at what it is currently. So I may suggest that if we wanted to do more consultation, that they may be amenable to some of that, but with the lack of information, I just felt that keeping it the same might be more appropriate than moving it to the 60.
Thank you. I guess just, I was asking, I know they're asking for us to do more, but I guess I was asking, what did they do with their consultation? Did they, they're coming back to us and saying they'd like more time, and you guys go out and do the consultation, but I'm saying to come back with this recommendation, what did they do to come up with that is what I'm asking through the chair, if you have that information, and you may not.
Through you, Mayor Masters, it doesn't appear that we have any information that there was a review or a consultation on behalf of the school board. And granted, they did have a short period of time to do that review in.
Thank you. I do have a question for administration. What would this then be the same as liquor stores? So it would be the same kind of distance as a liquor store would be, or what is the distance difference between a liquor store and now if this goes through a cannabis store? Through the chair. Diana.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Liquor stores, so that's retail trade, has no separation distances. So there's very few uses, land uses that we have separation distance for. This is one of them. To the comments about the school boards and their consultation, as Ms. Dawson said, it was an error that we missed the public school board in the beginning, and they did have a short turnaround time. And so it may want to be considered that we may keep it at the 182.88, require them to do consultation by a certain period, and then we would reconsider it. That's always an option of council.
Thank you. I'm going to support Councillor Stevens' the motion, just because of the fact that, again, one of the things, and we've heard it, is in order to, I guess, we're never going to stop the black market, but there needs to be more stores, and we heard that, in the market to ensure that the black market does not thrive. And I understand that the black market is still thriving, and it will always thrive, I know that. But I was under the same, I was, I can walk into a liquor store, take my grandson with me, and it's no problem. Cannabis store, everything is, you can't have signage, you can't have, it's all closed down, you cannot have, you have to show ID. So again, I really struggle. I think we have to move past this. I don't think, and I guess I'd like to ask, even if there have been any concerns with the cannabis stores, I know we don't have any Regina police here, but have there been any other problems that have come up with cannabis stores in the area? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we do have Inspector Corey Linskog on the line, so I'd ask him to answer that.
Inspector Corey Linskog here. Can I just get you to repeat that question, Councillor Bresciani?
Yeah, thank you. Just want to know, with the cannabis stores that we have in place now, have there been any concerns with youth accessing them, or any concerns that you've, from the police force? I would like to get any feedback you've had through the chair.
No, I would say we haven't had any issues with the legal dispensaries whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, just a kind of follow-up question on this. No concerns from our police department as to the cannabis stores. Why then did we ever, I don't have the history on this, but we don't have bylaws for a liquor store across from a school or community center. What forced us to do this with the cannabis stores, through the chair?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so when the council approved the zoning rules for the retails after the recreational cannabis was legalized in 2018, we tried to balance the two priorities. One, to keep cannabis stores away from places frequented by youth, and two, to make them visible and accessible to adults so that they could access cannabis safely and legally. So the restrictions at that time were considered appropriate to balance those priorities because this was new. However, since that time, municipalities have learned a lot about the impact of these land uses in our communities, and we're making the recommendations that we are today.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks, guys.
Seeing no further questions, I'm going to ask the clerk to pull a vote on the amendment, pending a close-off by Councillor Stevens, if he would like. Councillor Stevens is good. Please call the vote on the amendment.
To the original motion, correct? Yes. Mayor Masters, with respect to the amendment, to take us back to the original motion, the vote is 10-1. The motion is in favor, or is approved. All members of council are voting in favor, with the exception of Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're now going back to the original.
Well, that's it. We're done. They moved to go back to the original.
Sorry, one moment, please. It's approved and understood that the original motion is withdrawn, as the, going back to the original recommendation, has passed. Council, what's going to happen next is we're going to move on to 21-155, which is a discretionary use application. Following that, we do have one more delegation today, but we're going to be approaching, my guess is 5:30. So what we're going to do is we're going to hear the next matter. We're going to recess for 5 minutes just to confer on what needs to be dealt with today and get the agreement of council to perhaps continue for maybe an hour. Not necessarily. We're going to go to 5:30 right now, and we'll wait for the vote. I'd like to. I'd like to call upon Delegation Corey Strobel, representing New Rock Developments. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. My name is Corey Strobel. I'm the Development Manager at New Rock Developments, and I'm calling from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Here with me today is also Rob Litton, one of the owners of New Rock, and we're pleased to be with you today to speak regarding our development plan for 5,000 Great Brooks Way East. Newark has been building in the Regina area for over 10 years, and our newest project is an 81-suite stacked townhome development. Over the last many months, we've been working on this project to fulfill a need for purpose-built rental suites, generally geared towards families. The project consists of 54 three-bedroom suites and 27 two-bedroom suites. The main floor suites are all bungalows, allowing for easy access for people with mobility issues. We're also including 3 accessible suites for even better access. We're also working with CMHC through their Flex program to offer many units of below market value as well. Well, there were some concerns from the community with regard to this development, specifically with respect to the increased traffic and parking. The land we're building on has been zoned residential high-rise with all the surrounding roads and infrastructure designed based on this high-density zoning. The zoning has been in place since the inception of this area, and our proposed project has much lower density than what would be allowed under the residential high-rise. And with respect to parking, we're required to provide 81 stalls, and our plan allows for 118. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Strobel. Any questions from council? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. How many people, what is the amount that will, if it's full tenancy, what would that be for the amount of people, through the chair, approximately?
Through the chair, that's difficult to answer because, again, it depends on family size and everything else. But, if you're looking at an 81 suite count, 54 three-bedroom and 27 two-bedroom, you're probably looking at around 180 to 200 people, somewhere in that range, just as a ballpark, including kids and so on.
Okay, thank you. So every unit has a parking stall, plus there's about 37 extras. And I see that there is 3 accessible. Why only 3 on the main? Is that just the minimum that you have to do, or how did you come up with 3, through the chair?
Through the chair, I believe that is the minimum that we need to do, and in discussion with CMHC and our partners, that was a number that was deemed appropriate for this site. All the main floor units are accessible, maybe not to the full degree, but again, they are all bungalows, so there is a great deal of accessibility in this building, even though only 3 of them are designated as accessible.
Thank you. I understand. This is in my ward. It is adjacent, right across from the school, which I know there is lots of cars always parked in front of the school. Did you have conversations with the school at all, through the chair?
Through the chair, we did not have discussions with the school. City staff had put out the request for comments, and in relation to those comments, we did move the main access of this site from Greenberg's Way to, I believe it's Primrose, on the north side. So to try and address that, so we don't have people parking at the entrance, and again, just to alleviate the traffic in front of the school.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said you are located out of province, right? Is that accurate?
Correct. Our head office is in Medicine Hat, Alberta, and we build all over Western Canada. Regina and Saskatoon are 2 of our main markets, actually. So.
Thank you. Do you have an office in Regina, through the chair?
Through the chair, we don't have an office in Regina. We employ several people in the Regina area and primarily use Regina trades for all of our projects there. So.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking is because if I do have, or residents have concerns, if it be parking, or if it be garbage, or if it be complaints that come about, what is your process in responding back, and how does that work, through the chair?
Through the chair, we are going to be engaging a local property management company to work with us on this project once we are renting the units. So there will be a local entity in place to provide a reporting facility through. back to New Rock, and we'll address those concerns through them.
Okay, and just two more questions. In regards to recycling and garbage, will there be one or two main big bins for people to use to do that, or how does that work through the chair?
Through the chair, we currently plan two bins, one recycling and one garbage. Pickup schedules have yet to be determined, but those will be set based on need and tenancy.
Sorry, you don't mean that every unit's going to get one bin, and you mean like there'll be the larger bins will be within the complex?
Through the chair, that's correct. Yes, one large bin for garbage, one large bin for recycling.
Okay. And the last question I do have is in regards to storage for bikes. There's going to be families there. Kids have bikes and they have, wagons and everything else. Is there a storage or anything like that for people to put their bikes away in the winter and that kind of thing, so they're not hanging off of the balconies through the chair?
Through the chair, there is some secured bike storage. There's some extra rooms off the back of 3 of the buildings that we've allowed for secured bike storage, long-term bike storage. Plus, there is locations throughout the site for short-term bike storage during the summer. Additionally, there is in the main floor units, there is a fairly large storage room that would allow them to put bikes in there as well.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mole.
All right. Thank you, sir. We have on our agenda today a fire master plan. Just curious, it made me think of a question. Is this new residential building you're going to build fire sprinklers installed?
Through the chair, it's not a building code requirement, so at this point we haven't planned on sprinkling buildings, no.
Okay. And you said you built buildings in the past within Regina. Did any of those buildings have fire sprinklers?
Through the chair, no, none of those buildings required fire sprinklers either.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you for coming and addressing council and speaking with us and wanting to build in Regina. We're excited about that. I do want to go back to the parking. We have 3 wheelchair parking spots. Can you tell me where they're located? What my question is I'm concerned with if somebody in a wheelchair rents the bottom apartment, but yet their wheelchair parking stall is around the corner. Has there ever been any talk about maybe changing that or compromising or changing according to the people that are renting the apartments through the chair?
The accessible units, through the chair, the accessible units and the parking for those accessible units, the 3 stalls, are all planned with the stall very close to the entrance of that unit. So again, those are designated based on those 3 accessible units and located accordingly.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, my next question, and I'm going back to these 3-bedroom condos and stuff, and a lot of times what happens, and I'm asking you as a builder and your experience, you'll end up with 3 girls renting a condo with 3 cars, and they're all going to university. Ones are working, my concern is they're not going to have the parking spots. They're not going to be able to plug their vehicles in, even when they are electric vehicles. Has that ever been a concern, and have you addressed it, or how have you addressed it through the chair?
Through the chair, that's always a concern, I think, with any rental environment. All we can speak to really is that the requirements are for 1 stall per unit, and we've tried to accommodate as many extra stalls on site while still meeting all of the other requirements for amenity space, walkways, all of those sorts of things. So it is a challenge. We can't obviously dictate who rents and who doesn't rent based on the number of vehicles they have. But, the hope is and the desire is that this is, again, a more family-oriented rental area I think the location of it isn't necessarily geared towards university students, that sort of thing, as opposed to being in the direct vicinity of university, et cetera.
And I made that statement based on my knowledge of my teenage daughters. But so one other question: the extra parking stalls that you have, they have the one per unit, and then I think you said 30 stalls. Am I correct in that? Okay.
I think it's 31 stalls through the chair.
31 stalls. Thank you. Thank you. Do those have plugins that are outlets they can plug their vehicles in through the chair? I didn't notice that.
Through the chair, yes, all the stalls will be electrified. The extra stalls will be on a separate power source, allowing them to be turned on and off based on who's renting those stalls or who's allocated those stalls, but they all are electrified.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your written submission and presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll now consider motion CR 21-155, discretionary use application 5000 E Greenbrooks Way. Councillor Fedora, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-155, discretionary use application for 5000 E Greenbrook Way. The City Council approved the discretionary use application for proposed development of building plan Group A and plan group at 5000 E Greenbrook Way in the Greens of Gardner subdivision. So can I have a seconder, please?
Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. At the Planning Commission, there was discussion about the traffic, but if you read at the study, 2014, the impact study was done on the traffic and didn't cause any issues. And I believe in the future, we heard on Planning Commission that Primrose and Chuka, there'll be lights coming to that. As well, the relocation of the entrance into the property from Greenbrook Way to Primrose takes care of the issues around the schools, and I believe the schools had no further concerns with that. Plus, at Planning Commission, this is a private property which was zoned high density. The questions were asked, if there could be something else in that place. I don't believe that we can do anything about that because it is a private property, and people did ask about maybe a park or something like that. So Planning Commission had a good discussion, had no issues with that, and at the end of the discussion voted unanimously to approve this. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Any questions from council on the report? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, so what was the reason this had to come forward as discretionary? If it's lower than the density, like what's the reason, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, it was because it's a planned group, which is discretionary in the residential high-rise zone.
Okay. In regards to the traffic impact, so the traffic impact study was done in 2014, is what I heard from Councillor Fundura. So when something like this comes forward, like I think I heard him say about 200 more people, now that's children too in there. When is an traffic impact study needed, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Zazada to elaborate. But so the general transportation impacts were reviewed at the time of the amendment of the Greens on Gardner and the zoning of the site in 2014, and then a revision to the general transportation impact was completed in 2016 in the with the TIA. This site hasn't changed from high density, but I'll ask Mr. Zazada to go through the details of when we require that TIA to trigger a new TIA or additional information.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. At the time that the TIA was done for this area, it was it already took into account that this particular parcel was high density. Therefore, As a result, a revised TIA was not deemed to be necessary. Generally speaking, we have a list of criteria for when a TIA is required. Some of it might include a land use change or proposed development that we expect would generate more than 100 passenger car trips during any peak hour, are the kind of the two main criteria that we look at.
Thank you. Was there anything taken into consideration, because with the new zoning bylaw, it was changed from 1.5 cars to 1. So we've gone down from on-street parking to, well, not on-street parking, it becomes on-street parking, but per door was 1.5, and now we're seeing it as 1 parking stall. So does that impact anything at all when we're looking at any kind of extra traffic in the area? Probably not, eh? No. Okay. Okay. I'll just make a comment, and I think this is the second development that's come forward. I know I've asked in the past about looking at the 1.5 for the suburban areas because people drive. The question I have is, these are going to be affordable. I heard some are going to be affordable housing. Does the city have any plan of increasing the transit out here in this area? When this development goes forward, because for sure there may be many taking transit. And then the second would be, again, I'll ask, is the affordable programs that are needed for, again, if they are deemed affordable suites. Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. In regards to transit in the East End, that is being considered through the review that through the transit master plan. So we will have a review of that early in the new year to see what that looks like.
Okay.
Through Mayor Masters, as far as the parking study, that's coming in Q1 with respect to the question that council asked. So we'll be bringing a report with respect to that. And then I'm sorry, just could you repeat your question with regarding to the affordable housing?
The programs for affordable programming
Oh.
for people in affordable housing.
Right. Like rec programs and
Yeah.
things like that, yeah. So definitely, as we've indicated before, our community, our Parks, Recreation and Cultural area will look at the areas and determine needs and our programming needs as we move forward.
Okay. Was there any ask for the development, as we're looking to be more sustainable, to do anything with the sustainable build? Did that come up at all?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Ms. Dawson. I'm not sure if they've submitted their building permits. I don't believe we have asked for that during the planning process, as it's not a requirement right now.
Okay.
But I'll ask Ms. Dawson to confirm if there was any conversations regarding that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, they'll need to comply with the energy code when they submit for their building permits, which would be a standard in which we expect all new builds to comply with. And then they've met all the standards that we have within our zoning bylaw regarding parking and on-site storage for bikes and amenity space and those types of things.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Frondura, you want to close debate? Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 10-1. All members of council are in favor, with the exception of Councillor Mole.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council, as it is 5:30, we have some decisions to make. We do have a number of items that we could recess for 5 minutes and make a quick vote on tabling or passing, but I see Councillor Hawkins would like to make a motion. Please go ahead.
Mayor Masters, on a procedural matter, at the last 2 council meetings, I didn't move this motion and let it run over. And although it's my personal opinion, I thought the quality of debate was rushed and disintegrated as a result. I believe that the best decisions are not made by a council where 5 members started serious debate at 9 this morning in Ops Committee and now have had another 4.5 hours of serious debate for a total of 7.5 hours. We have a fire master plan here that was months in the careful making, twice before Ops Committee, and it deserves serious consideration, which it cannot possibly get at this time of the day. The other motions, I think, should wait. I think that there's a principle here, and I'm going to move adjournment and ask support for it.
Councillor Hawkins needs a seconder. Councillor Bresciani. City Clerk, call the vote on adjournment.
With respect to the motion to adjourn, Mayor Masters, 5 members are voting in favor. Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, LeBlanc, and Mancinelli. There are 6 members voting against. Councillors Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Zakidniak, and Mole, as well as yourself. The motion to adjourn is defeated.
Thank you. So procedurally, again, then we have a matter of, by vote of majority, we can simply continue on and try to finish in the next short while. We would just require a 5-minute recess so that we can confer with city manager as to what can be tabled and what should be dealt with. Or procedurally, we adjourn for 30 minutes and come back at 10 after 6. I'm just looking for some guidance. Nope, go 5-minute recess and then look to table some items and deal with what city manager says needs to be dealt with. I need a mover for a 5-minute recess. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Mole. Any opposed? Seeing none. Councillor Shaw, I'm going to assume you're good with 5 minutes. So you have till 5, I can't see, 5:43. Council, we have CR 21-156 Fleet Street. There's conditional purchase on this agreement. CR 21-157 to table the RPS budget. Sorry, CR 21-158 Winter Festival. We do have a delegation on that, and that's a matter of getting the money in the hands so that they can execute on that. That was discussed at length at executive. And then there's the issue of CR 21-151, economic opportunity. The balance of them can be tabled outright until the next meeting on November 24th. This will become a matter of depending upon the amount of discussion that we may end up tabling the last item in terms of FCL, but if you're prepared to proceed, we'll proceed on that basis. All right. One moment. Can I get a motion to table everything else? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. A seconder? Councillor Mancinelli. Any opposed? Thank you. So, Council, since we have a delegation on CR 21-158, the Winter Festival, we'll deal with that item first. I'd like to call upon Delegation Tim Reed, representing the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you. Good evening, Mr. Reed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity this evening, and I'll be quick given the fact that you have a heavy agenda. I'm representing the Frost in Regina Committee, a 24 organization volunteer committee that has presented to Executive Committee in the request for an opportunity for funding for the delivery of a substantial citywide winter festival event. We believe that this festival is in keeping with the recently approved Winter City strategy, which has a focus on activation, public engagement outdoors in the winter, and lighting up the night sky as well as major events. In terms of the proposal, what we're bringing forward today is a proposal to activate 4 hubs within the city, and I'm speaking to you with the authority and the delegation on behalf of each of those hubs. First one is the Warehouse District, second one is the Downtown Business Improvement District, third one is Wascana Park, and the last one will be the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. We're looking to host an event that will engage roughly 120,000 community members. 60,000 of those members would be in a paid or active role or scheduled role. 60,000 would be more passive use. We believe the event will generate slightly over $6 million in economic impact. And we're coming forward with a request for $150,000 in funding, of which we have reached out to the province to match, and we've reached out to the Regina Hotel Association for support, as well as reaching out for private funding. The investment on behalf of the City of Regina represents about 7% of the total cost of delivering this festival. The remainder would be invested by the various hubs and alternative grants. With that, I know that we've presented this and you have a long schedule. We thank you for the opportunity and your consideration. We look forward to bringing to life an amazing winter festival between February the 4th and February the 13th. And it is our hope that you'll be supportive of this endeavor as well.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I have a question from Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. You provided further written submissions in response to our November 3rd request of basically what would it look like if you made an increased funding request. One you put out is $60,000 for a free-for-all finale at Real. I wonder if you can just expand on what that would involve and what it would look like.
Yes, through the chair, and thank you so much for the opportunity to present those additional requests. Obviously, we see an opportunity to grow this as a Western Canadian, but certainly we think a national or international opportunity. When we had the opportunity to present additional funding opportunities that may be considered, we went back to the committee and asked them for their support. One of the significant opportunities that we recognized was we have a drone show planned for the very last day of this event. It will happen at Mosaic Stadium above Iceville. And the idea was that we would open up for the final 4 hours all the paid amenities at the Exhibition Association. Currently, the price tag for entrance is about $17, but it gets you access to Iceville, gets you access to the activations in Confederation Park, it gets you access to Glow, which is our large 65,000 square foot indoor light assembly, and it would get you access to the only drone show to happen outside of Toronto or Vancouver in Canada. And so instead of fireworks, we plan on using technology and innovation and using drones to light up the night sky. Proposal in here would offset the cost of tickets for attendance, which means that we would be able to fill the stadium essentially with 25,000 people to watch a drone show, and that would be free for the public to attend.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any other questions from Council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Reed, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My mic on. We'll now consider item CR 21-158, the 2022 Regina Winter Festival. Councillor Stanachuk, can I ask you to please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Sorry. So I am introducing the report is CR 21-158, the 2022 Regina Winter Festival, or Frost. It was presented, we had a very thorough presentation at Executive Committee last week with an impressive schedule of activities and events throughout the city that this festival would bring. The Executive Committee is asking City Council to support the festival with a cash grant and provide the above support subject to certain conditions that are listed in the report before us, and to delegate authority to the Executive Director of City Planning and Community Development to negotiate and approve the terms of a contribution agreement, authorize the City Clerk to execute the contribution agreement on behalf of the City of Regina after review by the City Solicitor, and that the funding would come through the 2022 annual events, conventions, and trade shows attraction budget. Now, I will move that we add this additional request for $60,000 for the final finale at Riel, so that it would be an additional $60,000 to that ask as part of this report. So instead of $150,000, it would be $210,000.
Council, the motion before you is to move funding of $210,000. Councillor Stadenchuk requires a seconder. Councillor Stevens. Do you wish to speak any further, Councillor Stadenchuk?
No, I'm
Good.
fine.
Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Zakidniak.
Can I just get a comment from administration in relation to the thoughts on the additional funding request and additional plans for the events, conventions, and trade shows fund and the implications of that?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we think it's a good addition to allow for that free admission. So we're supportive of the $60,000. It would come out of the events and trades, and there was an error in the report that I noted previously. The balance was actually 310 remaining, so that would leave 250,000 for next year to provide other funding opportunities.
And in terms of funding opportunities for next year, I know the Grey Cup was mentioned. And aside from that, we don't know if we're not aware of what else we might do with those funds at this time?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I might ask Mr. May to talk about anything that.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we currently don't have any events looking for funding lined up for 2022 at this time. As the councillor mentioned, there will likely be an ask for support for Grey Cup, but as far as other smaller events, there aren't any on our radar at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Seeing no further questions, Councillor Stadenchuk, did you want to close off debate?
I think that we had a great discussion at Executive Committee, and so I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, City Clerk, please call the vote.
Is there a reason why I can't see the vote?
Yes, Councillor Shaw, it's not up yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Masters, the motion has carried unanimously at 11-0.
Thank you very much, City Clerks. Going back to CR 21-156, Council. We'll consider item CR 21-156, concept plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 201 Fleet Street. Councillor Vendura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Masters. I bring a report CR 21-156, which is OCB concept plan and zoning bylaw amendment. The City Council approved amendment to the Fleet Street Business Park secondary plan. approve the amended Fleet Street Business Park Phase 1 concept plan. 3, approve the application to rezone the proposed parcel MU1 at 201 Fleet Street from urban holding zone to public service zone. Can I get a second there?
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. The City of Regina Real Estate Branch proposes to subdivide and purchase portion of the lands within the Fleet Street Business Park Secondary Plan. This purchase will accommodate water distribution facilities, pump station, and reservoir. This will solve, Master, or help with the water pressure in the eastern water pressure zone, east of the Ring Road. So this is a good thing. As we grow, pressure is always important, and I think we are experiencing some water pressures on the east side. So this is an important part of what's going to be happening here. The Planning Commission had no issues and voted unanimously. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundora. Are there any questions from council on this RPC recommendation? Seeing none, Councillor Fundora, any further comment?
I'm good, thank you.
City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, with respect to the motion, it carries 11-0 unanimously.
Thank you. Moving to CR 21-157.
This is just procedure.
This is a procedural item. Can I have City Clerk introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. As has been shared previously with Council, this matter will be tabled to the December 15th, 21 City Council budget meetings. So this is just a procedural matter to table it. This was released last weekend with the public agenda, so it will be out in the public venue for approximately 4 weeks.
Any questions of council? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the vote. I apologize, I need a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seconder, Councillor Stadnichuk, thank you.
Mayor Masters, the motion to table has passed unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The next item, CR 21-151. This was another item that was spoken to at length at executive in terms of an economic opportunity. I swear I'll find it in my papers. Councillor Stanichuk, could I ask that you introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. CR 21-151, Economic Opportunity Option to Purchase Agreement. So Federated Cooperative Limited approached the city to purchase city lands adjacent to the Co-op Refinery Complex. There are approximately 222 hectares being considered at a market value for a total of $5.48 million. The reason this is coming to council for approval is because the proposed land option is without a public offering. The Federated Co-op Limited at our executive committee explained that they plan to build a renewable diesel plant on these lands with an investment in the range of $1.5 to $2 billion. That's it.
We just require a seconder on the file. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any questions from members of council on the report? Councillor Stevens.
Some concerns about one particular issue related to a hydrocarbon spill. So I'd like the administration to provide an update as to where that's at, and if there are matters that should not be disclosed in public please say so, and I would be happy to move a motion to deal with that in camera.
So, so through you.
Mr. Lacey or Mr. Worry?
What's that? Yeah. So through you, Mayor Masters, perhaps we should just take this discussion in camera and have that discussion there and then return after that.
Yeah. This won't be a popular motion given the hour, but I'll make that motion to move in camera to discuss the bill. I don't need a seconder.
Councillor Hawkins is seconding. Any opposed? Seeing none, so moved. Council will go into the Larry Schneider boardroom, and we'll return shortly. Thank you. We are out of camera. Council did meet in camera to receive some confidential legal advice on the matter before us. No decisions were made, and we'll resume discussion now. I'll open up the floor. Councillor Stevens, I believe it was on you. Would you like to continue any questions for administration?
I don't have anything at this point.
Thank you. Any other member of council have a question of administration? Seeing none, Councillor Stadnicek, did you want to close the vote? Close the debate?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, please call the vote. You're killing this balls, just so you know.
John, you have to vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion is carried 9-2. Those voting in favor, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stadnichuk, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and Mole, plus yourself. Those councillors voting against were Councillor Stevens and Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you very much, Council. I'm waiting for it. I believe we're done for the evening, folks. If I can get a motion to adjourn.
Sure.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, a seconder. Councillor Findura. Any opposed? Yeah. Do you want to record that? Thank you very much, Council, for staying the extra bit. Appreciate it.